What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
Peace to everybody out there in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Man, I was asked to review this. Shout out to Paradigm Shift. They're the debate series. They got the versus series, and we had two sisters banging last night. If you missed it, you're gonna catch it right here. But I was asked to critique this debate, and I was, and I know why I was asked to do this. And so what I didn't do was review it from the beginning, because I caught the tail end when the debate was over and there was an exchange that was going on that was pretty heated. And I'm saying heated in the sense that one person felt a way and the other person didn't feel a way. And I don't want to take that exchange to say one felt like one lost, so they was doing this, that, or the third. I think one felt like that they did the job, or they met the criterion for whatever they presented. Now, this has been debated numerous times before, but not seriously debated in our community. And among the experts has been a topic of conversation, and it's been one that has been carrying on for so long that there's been different people to debate the subject matter. And that's what brings us here today to review the debate on intelligent design versus evolution. And that's why I titled The Ladies Entered the Room. So please like the show, share the show, let the people know that the ladies have entered the room. And I'm going to give this an honest critique. And before I do that, I want to kind of lay down a foundation, and then we're going to get into probably a round. We might get into two. I don't know. I'm not trying to go too far, because I had this idea in my head that I probably want to put something on the grill in like 2 hours. So I want to kind of do that, because I want to kind of have me a veggie barbecue in a sense. Yeah. So, number of veggies. Peace to the chat. I see Melvin in the building. Public Enemy is in the building. Infinite Mind was good. Shot Son, I see you in the building. Edward 9x9 has spoken. There's a few of you who have not spoken yet. Appreciate you being here. Shot Son says, what up, Mike Jack? Glad you're live. I need you to address this Albert Perry topic. I know you have already, but Sad Bowls tried to manipulate that info again last night to Lucky. Okay, we can definitely get into A00, which is not found in the Americas. It is found in West Africa, among the Cameroons region, or across. How I want to say this so you can understand it. There's a region there's an area that splits two countries, and there's a border, and they call it, damn it was just on my mind, but they call it like the cross-sectional area or sectional region, where you see this cultural exchange between the two countries is similar. And anyway, Albert Perry has A00, right? And that is in Africa. It's not in America. It is found in America because Albert Perry just so happened to have have it. And when he did a DNA, that it's the oldest DNA sample that geneticists has had, and it was unique. Now, I don't understand why the Abos are talking about Albert Perry. That's a problem for them, because if they're trying to use DNA to argue and say, see, we've been here, Albert Perry is African. His family doesn't say anything other than that. And the story behind all of that is contained in it being explained. Now, the coincidences played the video of the family talking about their history, their legacy, and what has happened and transpired. And in that same video, they put the pieces together and they appreciated the work of the geneticists to help them find out about their African history, right? So I don't know why the Wabos want to do that. That's not a good look for them. But peace, big head ass Mika. Yeah, when she said like that, you know, y'all know what that means. What up, Midwest? What's good with you? Peace to everybody that ain't saying nothing. Peace to y'all, man. So listen, we're gonna get to cooking in this debate, and I'm just gonna say it like this. The way the ending was, oh, that Shorty was on fire. I'm talking about, I don't know what Doc did, but she did something to this girl that pissed her off. Oh, okay. Hey, shout out to TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I ain't on TikTok, baby. But if this how I get to TikTok, you know what I'm saying? Let me say this for the TikTok people out there, for my boy Midwest got me streaming. What up, old goon? Look, before we get into it, shout out to TikTok. There's a reason that I'm not on TikTok, because TikTok allow y'all to be dumb as fuck. TikTok is like the tweet. You know what I'm saying? It's 140 characters, and the shit we kick ain't 140 characters. You can't find the real truth in 140 characters, but you can lie in 140 characters. And then beyond that, 90 seconds, you could, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't on TikTok because I get kicked off of TikTok for cussing somebody out for lying on our ancestors and stealing y'all culture and history. Because I know Midwest, you know what I'm saying? I know where he is, where he from, how he come. So I'm trying to give y'all back y'all shit and wing up. Oh, I can't cuss on TikTok. I'm trying to give y'all back y'all stuff and then take, you know what I'm saying, and then take our people back to where they really come from, if you understand what I'm saying. Hey, cream of the crop. And change. Hey, you be changing your name so much. But what's good? What's good, B? What's going on? What's up, Keish? Huh? Ogun said, I'm on TikTok. I be looking at them women shake. Oh, they shaking it on TikTok. Oh, okay, that's the new. You ain't got to go to the strip club. Yeah, TikTok, they doing it like that. You know what I'm saying? Bless them with a little dollar. Make them holler. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? What's going on? Hey, but now some real stuff, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Shout out to Midwest streaming on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the Masi Warrior Clan YouTube channel. Please like the show, share the show, like the TikTok stream over there with Midwest. Come join us, because we gonna get into a lot of things. But right now, we gonna deal with this debate, right? We gonna get into the ladies getting in the ring and hashing things out. Now, I will say this. If you're already decided on the subject matter, you're already at fault. You know what I'm saying? If the information don't lead you to where you need to go to come to an honest conclusion, you already at fault. And y'all gonna see what I'm saying when y'all look at it the way that y'all look at it, the way we looking at it. Now you and Sharonda have changed y'all names. Don't play that. I got you. Okay. Born Eternal, what's good, man? Peace. So listen, I want to lay the foundation out before we review this debate. And for some people, this might be helpful or useful, and others it may not. But y'all know how I come and how I rock. All my sources are in the description of this YouTube video. I gotta say YouTube video because we got Midwest streaming on TikTok, and because he's streaming on TikTok, they gotta know that the video contains sources, right, for anything that we keep, and they got to know how to obtain that. So I want to make sure that that is what it is. Again, so this source right here is in the description, and this is the table of contents on pretty much how to judge a debate, right? So there's a few things that we want to look at in order to properly judge a debate. Okay. It says it's a great way to explore different viewpoints. They help participants develop their argumentation skills. But how do you judge who wins? This task can feel overwhelming, especially if you're new to it. You need to understand the key criteria that make a good debate. These include clarity. These are the 3 key points: clarity, evidence, and rebuttal skills. Judging a debate isn't just about who speaks better. See, a lot of times we've gotten polited, we've gotten the what's his name? The little Israel dude, the Hebrew Israelite turn, West African turn, something else. Divine suspect. We've gotten people, charismatic speaking people, right, that can persuade you based on how they speak, right? Like the Baba Herus, the Infudishis of the world, right? The what's Malachi's of the world. You know, y'all know where I'm going. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So it's about evaluating the strength of the arguments, the use of the evidence, and the ability to counter opposing points. This guy helps understand those criterions. It will make the process of judging a debate clearer and easier. So here's a little bit why, right? So I'm not going to bore you with this. I just want to go over a couple of key little things. So we said first, evaluating arguments, right? So judging a debate requires evaluating arguments based on clarity, evidence, and logical consistency. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are reviewing a debate, we need to get the clarity out of the person. We should not be confused. And then we must weigh the evidence and look at the consistency. If you're in the middle of a debate with somebody who was all over the place and not on topic with the debate, then automatically you're not going to know, right? You're not going to feel confident in their argumentative skills and their ability to persuade you, per se, quote unquote, that they have the evidence to argue and the strength is what it is. No, you're going to go in the opposite direction automatically. Well, you should, unless you're biased. And if you bring your biases into a debate, then that's a problem, and that's problematic, especially when we deal with wabos. You know what I'm saying? Those online pretendians, you know, people in that other community and things of that nature, they tend to always bring their biases to a debate. So focus on the strength of each point and the debaters. Apply the ability to counter opposing views effectively. Keep an eye on how well the participant supports their claims with facts. So if you're in the middle of a debate, and I told y'all this before, where a person is presenting information to you, and inside of the information that they're presenting, they continue to make claims, where is the evidence to support those claims? You will never see the wabos or anyone else that is anti-science provide evidence. Strength of evidence supports a debater's claims. It should be credible and reliable. Look for well-researched data and facts. It can't be a definition, and you can't argue with a definition and then think, okay, well, the definition says this, I win. No, the definition says this, but what does the evidence say? So lay out the proper foundation and strength to be able to argue it effectively. Whether you two agree to a point but have some problems with wordings, doesn't matter. Who lays down the effective approach and who backs it with research, data, and facts? Check if the evidence comes from reputable sources. I'm going to give you evidence of a non-reputable source. It is your job to indicate and see if I'm using a reputable source or not. Avoid arguments based on opinions or weak sources. One more time. Avoid arguments based on opinions or weak sources. Let me give you an example of that. Black people that been in America since time memorial. Black people enslaved white people. Black people owned white slaves. Wasn't no Africans over here. We went and we populated West Africa. Where is the sources? Well, I'm using a mythical book, and the mythical book says that life started in the Americas and then goes somewhere else. And the book has no sources. That's not evidence. It's not evidence. There's nothing that is reputable in that. There's nothing in there that we could substantiate. We know it's based on opinions and weak sources. That's weak. That's the point. All right. Next, arguments must directly relate to the debate topic. One more time. Arguments must relate to the debate topic. Don't come to me about the consensus says this, the consensus says that. What does the evidence say? All right. Irrelevant points weaken the overall argument. Focus on how well each argument addresses the main issue. Ensure that each point made contributes to the debate's central theme. Today, the central theme is about intelligent design versus evolution. Arguments that stray from the topic should be noted as weaker. So anytime the debate is about intelligent design versus evolution, we are only focusing on the evidence for and the evidence against. We weigh the evidence. If for whatever reason either one of these ladies veer left or right from the debate topic and start mentioning other things, strike them figuratively. Oh shit, Willie in the chat. Target, what's good? What up, Lamar? What's good with you? Yes, sir. Tell him, man, like, share, subscribe all the way. So those are just a few things, right? There's more to this, but I just wanted to get those things out, right? And let's have some fun ultimately, man. These ladies put in work last night. Let's see what the fuss is about. Again, come on, y'all. Like this show, share the show. Shout out to Paradigm Shift. I don't see none of them in the chat. Shout out to Midwest on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Run it up on TikTok. Yes, sir.
All right, guys. So evolution is the scientific religion. Yes, I said it. See, I believe.
Oh, hold on. I don't even know what was said before this, but she came out hot. So let me just go back a little bit. So she up first. Who I mean by she, the one arguing intelligent design, Naptal. She's up first. Okay. Doc is up next. So she immediately comes out and she starts this shit, and then my computer starts this shit.
All right. Can you all see my screen? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see it. Okay. Now let's get going. All right, guys. So evolution is the scientific religion. Yes, I said it. See, I believe that the Bible to be the true and the authentic word of the Most High God. And I also believe that the Most High should get all the glory for his creation. You know, in the Romans 1:22.
All right, so pause. So the first thing, okay. maybe this is her introduction, because if she's sliding right on into saying what she just said, she made a claim that evolution was a religion, right? That's what she said. She came out and she made a claim. Now, this is what I mean. I literally just told y'all about how to review this shit. And immediately she comes right out the gate and she makes a claim.
All right, can you all see my screen?
What up, DMG? Peace to you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see it, okay. Now let's get going. All right, guys, so evolution is the scientific religion.
She came out and made a claim and said evolution is the scientific religion. So once she says that, now we need her evidence to support the claim. Remember, this is a debate. So at her introduction into this debate is that that evolution is a scientific religion. Now let's go.
Yes, I said it. See, I believe that the Bible to be the true and the authentic word of the Most High God, and I also believe that the Most High.
Another claim. She claimed that the Bible to be the truth of the Most High, etc. Yada 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 yada. I don't know what the fuck they got to do with this debate. The debate is about intelligent design versus evolution. Why is God entering the discussion? Let's see why.
Of the Most High God, and I also believe that the Most High should get all the glory for His creation. You know, in the Romans 1:22, the Most High says that they're going to be professing themselves to be wise, and then they became fools. But then in Psalms, it says that the fool has said in his heart that there is no God. So this was already prophesied. The Most High said that these fools were going to be the ones that are saying that there is no God. And if they keep thinking that they're getting smarter and smarter, you're actually getting dumber and dumber, because the National Library of Medicine says IQs are falling. And if we look at this chart, they're just going down, down, down. But see, the Bible, it explains biogenesis. It explains life intelligently designed. See, biogenesis refers
to... Whoa. Hold on. The Bible explains biogenesis? How many people in the chat know what biogenesis is? Let me get my... Hold on. 1 second, y'all. This is why I don't like... Man, this is why y'all don't want me... Y'all don't want me doing this, bro. It has nothing to do with her. Personally, it has nothing to do with her. She made a claim that the Bible explains biogenesis. She already made one claim that evolution was a religion. This is a problem. This is already a problem. We ain't even got to
to all living things that come from another living thing. I know, what's the big deal, right? But Genesis 2:21-22, it says, and the Lord God caused the deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs, and he closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman, and he brought her unto the man. See, the Most High chose from Adam the one bone that can regenerate itself. See, there is 5 principles of science that actually proves the Bible. See, not take away from the Bible, but actually proves the Bible. So it says, when many people think of Bible believers, they unfortunately think of people with limited intelligence and understanding. However, one of the most famous scriptures in the Bible is Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, from a lack of knowledge. Believe it or not, the Bible is accurate in all matters of science. In 1820 AD, a man by the name of Hubert Spencer, he gave the world 5 scientific principles by which man may study the unknown. Those scientific principles are energy, time, force, space, and matter. So now Moses, by the Most High's inspiration, he gave us these scientific principles in Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, which represents time, God, which represents force, created, which represents energy, the heavens, space, and the earth represents matter. All of Spencer's scientific principles are right there in Genesis 1:1. The Bible and science agrees. Then we have cosmic theory. We have the cosmology. We have cosmic, which is the Big Bang theory. It says the Big Bang is how astronomers explain the way the universe began. It is the idea that the universe began as a single point, then expanded and stretched to grow. But did you know that in Isaiah 45:12, it says, the Most High says, I have made the earth. So he made the earth, he created man upon it, and he says, even my hands have stretched out the heavens. So what does it say here in the Big Bang? It says that the universe was being stretched, and guess who was stretching it? The Most High. But right here, guys, authentic science just explains how the Most High did it. Science complements the Bible. Pseudoscience does not. Science without religion is lame, and religion without science is blind. I yield.
All right, right on time.
All right, so I wasn't expecting her to try to use science. See, this is what makes the Bible used in this manner pseudo. She's saying that the Bible is explaining things about the natural world. The moment that she used real events, and I'm saying real events, the Big Bang, you heard us mention the Big Bang. The Bible doesn't provide evidence for that. She said that was God stretching the universe. That lets me know there's some confusion here on how things came to be. What does the earth is of the universe? Yes. Specifically, where I'm talking planet Earth specifically, not the rest of the universe. How did life come to be on planet Earth? What does the Bible say? If that's what she's using, what does it actually say? She approached this conversation biblically, which is the root of the problem. She says she wants to give God, right? She wanted to give God praises, credit for creating. So she openly is telling you that her argument from this point forward is going to be one of creationism. So real quick, I told you that I wanted to show you something, but I just really wanted to hone in on something y'all might not have known prior. In this article, you weigh it if it is credible or not. Remember what I told y'all about sources, okay? What source did she provide? She didn't provide. She did provide sources. She provided the Bible, scriptures from the Bible. That's what she did. Yes, it's exactly what she did. However, I want to take you to a thought, and I want you to know where some of this stuff comes from, right? So, intelligent design burst onto the scene in 1996 with the publication of Darwin's Black Box by Michael Behe. Since then, there was a plethora of articles written about ID, both pro and con. However, most of the articles critical of ID deal with peripheral issues, such as whether ID is just another form of creationism or whether ID qualifies as science, or whether ID should be taught in public schools. Remember, the debate topic is intelligent design versus evolution. It's not creationism versus evolution. Is ID a form of creationism? That's what it says. Whether ID is just another form of creationism, or yada, yada, yada. That's why I read that to y'all. Secondly, our goal is fourfold: to show the most proposed refutations of ID are unconvincing and incorrect, to describe the single fundamental error of ID, to discuss the historic tradition surrounding the ID controversy, showing that ID is an example of the God of the Gaps argument, and to place the ID controversy in the larger context of proposed proofs for the existence of God, with the emphasis of Jewish traditions. So again, the concept of intelligent design was proposed in 1996 by biochemist Michael Behe in his book, Darwin's Black Box, The Biochemical Challenge to Evolution. Now you get it. Behe claimed to have discovered an ironclad proof for the existence of a supernatural being, whom he called the intelligent designer. His studies of the living cell led Behe to conclude that Darwinian evolution cannot explain many biochemical reactions that take place in the cell. Only ID can. Although Behe studiously refrained from identifying the intelligent designer, the widespread understanding is that the intelligent designer is God. Behe's proposed proof that the cell could not have formed through Darwinian evolution generated enormous interest. Michael Behe is a creationist, dream come true. Unlike previous religious scientists who attacked evolution, Behe is a professor of biochemistry at a respected university, a research scientist who does experiments, is awarded grants, and publishes papers in international science journals. Moreover, his book is extremely well written, very cleverly argued, and shows his obvious expertise in biochemistry. Indeed, Behe's book is the most sophisticated attack on evolution to appear in recent years. It has revived the hopes of creationists. He is the professional biochemist claiming that Darwinists are all wrong about evolution. The present article focuses on the very aspects. I'm not going to go too far into that, but I want to give you a foundation of where ID arguments come from. So now that we are where we are in this subject matter, right? Let's go back. Let's go to one more thing real quick. So I told you that you had to weigh the sources. And I'm going to keep on putting a source on the screen to give you an opportunity to understand. So this is the top 6 lines of evidence for intelligent design by Cassie Luskin, and it was written a few years ago. So here we go. I'm not going to get into all the other stuff up there. It says the origin of the universe. The famous Kalam cosmological argument is a 3-part argument that the universe requires a first cause. Its name reflects its roots in Islamic thought. I want y'all to think about that. So this whole origin of the universe thing, when it comes to the Kalam cosmological argument, is based on Islamic thought. All right, that's anything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe begins to exist. Therefore, the universe has a first cause. The step in the argument that science can address is in the middle one, evidence that the universe began to exist. One more time, the step in the argument that science can address is in the middle. The universe began to exist. That evidence comes in 2 major pieces: the redshift and the Doppler effect, and the discovery of the microwave background radiation. In 1927, Belgian astronomer George Lemaitre theorized that the universe began with a single explosion from a densely compact state. That explosion eventually became known as the Big Bang. A model of the universe origins that holds in is finite in size and age. According to this theory, the universe, including all space and time, originated with a single powerful expansion event, and it's still expanding. 2 years after Lemaitre introduced his theory, astronomer Edwin Hubble published a study supporting it. Hubble's study indicated that all galaxies are receding from one another and that the universe is in fact expanding. How did Hubble make this discovery? The next time an ambulance drives past with its sirens blaring, pay attention to the pitch of the sound. As the ambulance approaches, the pitch is high. But then as it screams past, the pitch suddenly drops. That is called the Doppler effect. The Doppler effect states that the sound waves are heard with a higher frequency when the source of the sound is moving towards you, but with the lower frequency when it is moving away from you. Although light waves behave differently from sound waves, a similar effect takes place, also called the Doppler effect. Light waves coming from an approaching object will have their frequency shifted up toward the blue end of the spectrum or visible light. Correspondingly, light waves coming from a receding object are stretched to a lower frequency and thus shifted down toward the red end, a phenomenon known as the red shift. Hubble's research confirmed that galaxies are receding from one another by discovering a disproportionately higher level of red light coming from virtually every galaxy. If every observable galaxy is moving away from each other, the universe is expanding. Final confirmation of the Big Bang model came when scientists discovered the precisely predicted microwave background radiation left over the massive explosive event. In 1948, physicist George Gamow provided a way to settle the controversy between the Big Bang and steady state theories. He and other cosmologists theorized that if the universe began with a Big Bang, there should be radiation left over from this explosive event. This radiation was discovered in 1960s, 12 years later, 12 to 15 years. However, the debate continued because the measurements were made using earthbound instruments with limited accuracy. Finally, in 1990s, precise measurements from NASA's Cosmic Background Explorer called COBE satellite indicated that the universe filled with radiation having the exact properties predicated by the Big Bang theory. The COBE measurements confirmed that all matter in the early universe exploded from densely compacted state. Scientists now had conclusive evidence that the universe had a beginning. As astrophysicist Neil F. Cummins explained it, detection of the cosmic microwave backgrounds is a principal reason why the Big Bang is accepted by astronomers as the correct cosmological theory. What all this means is that there is a very strong evidence that the universe had a beginning. If the universe had a beginning, then it had a first cause. And if it had a first cause, then it makes sense to ask what kind of first cause is necessary to explain the origin of the universe. It must be, here we go, a cause outside the universe, capable of generating all the matter and energy in the universe, capable of generating all other we see and inherit within the universe. More on this coming up. That's quite a job description, one that no known material cause or set of material causes appears capable of accomplishing. The need for such powerful and intelligent first cause strongly suggests a purposeful design begin the origin of the universe. William Lane Craig has an excellent video further explaining his argument. It's in the source in the description if you're interested. Anyway, the second, the fine-tuning of the universe. The term Big Bang conjures images of explosions, and usually when we think of explosions, we imagine a highly chaotic, stochastic event that destroys any order that is present rather than creating or preserving order. The Big Bang was not the kind of an explosion. It's much better understood as finely tuned expansion event. where all the matter and energy in the universe were expanding from an unimaginable higher energy state. However, matching that energy was control and guidance through natural laws that were designed to produce a habitable universe, a home for life. Consider some of the finely tuned factors that make our universe possible. Remember, this is being argued from intelligent design. This isn't being argued how Nepal tried to argue it, but I'm just trying to give you a sense of how intelligent design is supposed to be argued. Consider some of the finely tuned factors that make the universe possible. If the strong nuclear force was slightly more powerful, then there would be no hydrogen, an essential element of life. If it was slightly weaker, then hydrogen would be the only element in existence. If the weak nuclear force was slightly different, then either there would not be enough helium to generate heavy elements in stars, or stars would burn out too quickly, and supernova explosions could not scatter heavy elements across the universe. If the electromagnetic force was slightly stronger or weaker, atomic bonds and thus complex molecules could not form. If the value of gravitational constant were slightly larger, one consequence would be that stars would become too hot to burn out too quickly. If it were smaller, stars would never burn at all, and heavy elements would not be produced. The finely tuned laws and constants of the universe are examples of a specified complexity in nature. They are complex in their values and setting are highly unlikely. They are specified in that they match the specific requirements needed for life. The following gives a sense of degree of fine-tuning must go on in these values to yield a life-friendly universe. Gravitational constants, electromagnetic force versus of gravity, cosmological constants, mass density of the universe, expansion rate of the universe, initial entropy. I'm going to stop right there because we ain't hear none of this shit in the first round from someone who's arguing for intelligent design against evolution. I don't even know how to say her name. Naptal, whatever her name is. Hell, I don't know. He said, I could have came in here for follow-ups to my coordinate. What's good, bro? I ain't know you had no debate, bro. I ain't know you had no debate. I wasn't told her. I would have, you know what I mean? I would have put it up there. But anyway, so I gave you examples, right, of how to view the debate, how to review evidence, and how we should be looking at these things. I started with a source for evidence for intelligent design. They said there's 6 lines of evidence. The top 6 lines is being argued by this author about intelligent design. We're only on point number 2, and out of whatever I just read to you would sound like a more logical argument in a debate against evolution than what has been put on. See, the difference between me and a lot of other people is, excuse me, I got to stop the share real quick. The difference between me and a lot of other people is in order to come to an honest conclusion, you got to know both sides of the argument, because you are left with the responsibility to weigh the evidence before you make a decision. Has she properly studied evolution? Has she properly studied intelligent design? Her first round ended by everything we know what to expect from that point forward. She wants to give God the glory, God the praise, God the benefit of what's going on. In the article that I just read, we ain't heard shit about God when it came to intelligent design, from a sense. So it could be a misinterpretation, but we haven't gotten that far about the designer part though. So I don't want to just rule out, right? I don't want to just rule out. I just only want to just continue to show y'all certain shit by people who have this intelligent design argument, how they argue it, And then we're going to review how Doc puts up her argument now. And Doc is in the building.
Right on time. All right, Dr. Too Sweet, gonna do your 3 minutes and 30-second opening whenever you ready. Are you sharing your screen? Oh, you gotta unmute your mic, the good doctor.
Called a Naffy Taffy. What up, Melanated?
The good doctor, you there?
Yeah. My bad. I was trying to get the screen up first, but I'm here. Give me 1 second. Okay, if you sharing my, hold on.
All right, Naphtali, you're gonna have to share
Right
the
there.
screen.
Oh yeah, let me know when you
All right, we see
that.
you.
Okay. All right, boom. So you can start my time whenever. Go. Did you start?
Yeah, I'm ready when
Okay.
you. I'm gonna when you go.
Okay. So hey everybody. So that was cute. You know what I'm saying? You said a lot of words. And try to make things mean something that they don't. But as you can see on the screen, there's a famous quote by Richard Dawkins that says, "The universe that we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is at bottom no design, no purpose, no evil, no good, nothing but pitiless indifference." So our discussion today is intelligent design versus evolution. So this title itself would have y'all believe that these two ideas have an equal footing when in fact they do not. One is based on evidence and science, while the other is based on imagination and belief. See McLean versus Arkansas Board of Education on that one. To even entertain the idea of intelligent design begins with a faulty premise that leads us down a slippery slope. It would be akin to starting down an unfinished railroad and expecting to still reach a destination. If the Drake equation can give us the probability of the chance of life on other planets, excuse that typo, what measure then do we use to decide if a God exists? The idea of intelligent design assumes an intelligent creator or cause. One can argue that the human body is very complex and in turn suggests a designer or creator, or from a scientist's perspective, as the author and physicist Victor Stenger posits, if God exists, then evidence of this existence would be detectable by scientific method. This discussion today is an age-old question, an age-old discussion, just framed in a different way. At the end of the day, people who are proponents of intelligent design are filling in gaps with their belief. They are not using science. That's what we're going to discuss today. I'm going to show everybody why intelligent design is just another belief and has no footing whatsoever in the field of science when it comes down to proof, evidence, data, statistics. None of that exists in the idea of intelligent design. So I want everybody to just keep in mind, this is about which one of these ideas has the most proof, has the most evidence, and has the most data backing it. Take out your belief, take out your superstition, take out what your grandma told you, and let's just look at the data. And we will see that evolution is science, intelligent design is literally pseudoscience. And yeah, I'll use for my intro.
All right.
So now that the stage is set, right? This was a different approach from Doc's opponent, Natalis, his name or whatever, however you say her name. I'm unfamiliar with all that Hebrew bullshit, so excuse me for messing your name up. But anyway, Doc came out. She set the stage, right? She talked about the title of the debate. And then she identified that there was two ideals, right? And then she argued that one is based on evidence and the other one is based on imaginations and belief. She gave you a quote from Dawkins. Everybody should know who Dawkins is. She gave you an emphasis and made mention to Arkansas Board of Education, right? I think she did good in her placement of her intro by setting the stage. Now we know what to expect from Doc. But what we got in the first round was some shit about Bible verses. I mean, in the introduction was Bible verses. And if that's what you're going to use as your argument, you're not arguing for, like I said, like I was showing you, intelligent design. You have to make her work in her round. We are unconvinced when you go to scripture, right? That will turn a lot of people off immediately when you open your Bible and start reading scriptures and then try to apply those scriptures to what you want to do. What people always do, they'll find a scripture and then superimpose the scripture on a situation which isn't explaining the situation that you're in, but you try to make it relatable because, you know, look what Paul did to John, or look what Cain did to Abel, or look what they did to Jesus on this day, and yada, yada, yada. But he said, right? We're not trying to be preached to. This is an evidence-based argument. Do you have evidence for intelligent design? And if so, how does that look? And then you set that, once you set that stage, now we can go. I really ain't got much to say about Doc shit. She really ain't saying anything in the intro, but she just kept it short, sweet, simple, to the point. So now we have an expectation. We didn't get claims from Doc. She didn't claim something. She says one is based on this, the other one is based on that. And we're going to tackle those things, yada, yada, yada. So I think her intro was just a little bit more educated than the other person. So let's get into it. I ain't gonna hold us up. We're finna get straight into it. And I think this was the beginning of what led to the ending of that video.
Hey man, like, share, and subscribe. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Queen Naphtali, you ready to get to the first round?
That's how you say her name, Queen Naphtali.
Yes. Let me know what you need to do, because
I need you to like.
All right, Queen Naphtali is how you say her name, man. Y'all done made me fuck her name up.
Move this along, not to be rude or nothing, but we were supposed to be done like an hour ago.
I do apologize. Let me get started. Can you get ready to start the time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go. Has science explained the origin of life? Not even close. Are we being scammed? So all this information I'm getting ready to be talking about tonight is going to be coming from Dr. James Tour. He is a chemist and a professor at Rice University. So he's pretty big time. He's the one that's behind in those laboratories, right? All right, so people say they believe in evolution, but do they know all of the 6 stages of evolution? Do they know that there's cosmic evolution, chemical, stellar, organic, macro, micro? And before you can start with the biological, you have to first start with the chemical. It says without the understanding of the origin of life, you cannot have evolution. And what a lot of these people who believe in evolution, they want to start with life already existing, but you got to wait a second. We need to know how did life begin. So it says here, you cannot have the biological without the chemical. We have to take the very small molecules such as formaldehyde, CO2. You got to make the 4 classes of chemicals: carbohydrates, protein, lipids, nucleic acids. And then we have to mix it all together with some molecules, ponds of flashes, lightning, all of that to come together to form this cell. Does that sound realistic to you? So let's just keep going. All right, so evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. Once upon a time, life came from non-life. That's what you guys are out here teaching. You know that, right? Abiogenesis. It's the idea that life arose from non-life. Does that make sense? No, that is not repeated, that is not observable, that does not match science. Life comes from life. If I want to have life, I got to have life with another person to create life. I can't just sit here with an inanimate object and create life.
I had to pause it real quick. For one of the reasons is because there was something that just came to my thought process when she's doing this right here, okay? And she's saying that life has to come from life. The idea that life arose from non-life more than 3.5 million years ago. What is bacteria? Is that life or is that non-life? I'm asking the chat. Is bacteria life or is that non-life? Right? If we have evidence that an event occurred on planet Earth which changed the dynamics of planet Earth and made it possible for life to exist, then there was a cause that led to an effect. Life was not lifing before an event occurred. And if we have evidence for that, then what you're saying, and I'm not saying what you're saying is not registering to me in your opening. You said evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. Why is evolution a fairy tale for grown-ups? Now, let me say this very clearly. God didn't exist until man existed. One more time. God didn't exist until man existed. So life for God rose when man began to bestow that onto which it could not explain. Now, abiogenesis is the scientific theory. Listen, you're using this. Is the scientific theory explaining how life arose from non-living matter. It suggested life emerged from inorganic compounds through a series of chemical reactions under specific conditions of early Earth. These early conditions included intense volcanic activity, high temperatures, and an atmosphere rich in gases like water vapor and methane. Your source on the screen is explaining what you're arguing against. So you put this on the screen to argue against it when you're supposed to be providing your argument and support of your argument for intelligent design. This is what I said earlier about her introduction and how she was making claims inside of her introduction. I ain't even settled on who won what. I'm just picking apart the flaws in one's argument according to what I told y'all earlier. That's why I said y'all really don't want me going through this shit. Because if I'm judging a debate, I'm judging the debate based on clarity, evidence, and the rebuttal skills. And when I'm talking about the strength of your argument, it has to be based on evidence. Right now, you have a source on the screen that ain't in support of the position you're taking. And it makes absolutely no sense why this is a thing. At all. But let's go. Let me go back a little bit.
It's a fairy tale for grown-ups. Once upon a time, life came from non-life. That's what you guys are out here teaching. You know that, right? Abiogenesis. It's the idea that life arose from non-life. Does that make sense? No, that is not repeated. That is not observable. That does not match science. Life comes from life. If I want
one moment. Yes, and I said that, Craig. I said that her introduction sounded like the beginning of her debate. You see what I'm saying? So it was confusing. But then when I heard Doc go, then I knew, okay, it's introductions. Because nobody said, I didn't listen to the part where they say, all right, we're going to let y'all introduce y'all. I said, yeah, la, la, la. I ain't listening to all of that. But the mere fact, right, that she came out like that was the problem to begin with. And then secondly, she said, just say nappy taffy. And just, oh man, listen. Why do you have this on the screen? You're arguing against it. Who puts up a source that supports the opponent? You're making her argument. Your source is making her argument. Doc said, call you Nappy Taffy. Your source is making her argument because now we have a point of reference and it's being defined to the audience that's listening. But I'm going to let you argue because now you're going to have to put something up after this explanation that counters what you just started your round one with. You can put yourself in the negative.
want to have life, I got to have life with another person to create life. I can't just sit here with an inanimate object and create life. It doesn't work that way. So, abiogenesis is the scientific theory explaining how life arose from non-living matter. It suggests that life emerged from inorganic compounds through a series of chemical reactions under the specific conditions of early Earth, producing the primordial ooze. Say that with me, guys, primordial ooze. So again, evolution is this fairy tale. Once upon a time, 4 billion years ago, long time.
Pause. Ah, man. Okay, now I understand that this is clearly how things began to be what it is at the end of the debate. And I'm sorry for doing this, but I want to say this very clearly. Listen, take a piece of bread, get you a 12-ounce bottle of any kind of drink, pour the drink out, rinse it out, clean it out, make sure it's clean. Take you a piece of bread and some kind of way mash the bread into that bottle, screw the top on it, put it outside for 2 weeks. Every other day, just go look at the bottle. Just every other day, just look at the bottle. And as you get closer to 2 weeks, see if something changes on the bread. If the bread begins to start forming and changing, something is growing on the bread. If something is growing on the bread that wasn't there before, that is life coming from non-life. Why am I saying it like that? Because it wasn't there before. It didn't exist. You had a clean piece of fresh bread. Wasn't nothing on the bread. We know it as mold. We call it mold. But that is life. It came from a non-existing state. That is an example. Do you clearly understand what Morpheus? Do you clearly understand what I just said? Is if there's anyone confused about the example that I just used, one more time, go to the store, buy a clear 12-ounce bottle of whatever drink, pour the drink out, rinse it out, try to dry it to your best of your ability. Take a piece of bread, put it in the bottle, put the screw on it, put it outside, watch it for 2 weeks. What's even crazier is this. After you've watched it for 2 weeks, let it stay there and continue for another 2 weeks. See what comes of whatever transpired in the bottle after 2 weeks. Because what happened in that first month, if you watched it for a whole month, it was not in that state when you begin the process. She said everything but McDonald's food. All right, so let her continue. She's talking about the secret ooze now. She got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles up here. Let's go.
Time ago, a liquid substance that existed on Earth before there was any plants, animals, or humans, and from which plants, animals, and humans developed. I know that doesn't make any sense, but that's what they're teaching, right? This primordial ooze, this soup, that's what they did back in, when we look at the Ninja Turtles, they had the secret of the ooze. So right here, when we look at study.com, they says, according to the primordial soup theory, the first forms of life originated from primitive water bodies on Earth, which contained complex organic matter. And this organic matter that led to the formation of life. The end. That's all they needed to explain billions and billions of years of life. That's it. Just some water on the ground, some rain. That's what created all this life, right?
Once again, you are showing AI source. You are showing some information from study.com. All of these things you're arguing against these things, and you're not arguing. You're hold on. How I want to say this. Let me say it like this. I don't know the only reason that I know what side of the argument you are on in this is the mere fact that you tried to, in your opening introduction, you argue to give credit to God. And then from that point forward, at the beginning of your first round, you have provided 2 slides with information on both of those slides, and you tried to argue against the information on your slides versus positioning your argument, being clear on your argument, and providing the evidence that strengthens your argument. You have not made a clear argument against evolution. You're casting doubt on the information that is available on your screen due to your doing. Doc didn't do this. You did this. You're explaining away things that has to deal with explaining evolution versus intelligent design. That is why after your introduction, I showed the source that I showed to show you how intelligent designers argue things. It is night and day. So I don't have clarity. I haven't seen your evidence. And you can't rebuttal anything because you're going first, and she ain't argued shit yet. So I'm delayed on your rebuttal skills. And just because you can speak better, and I'm not saying you speak better, but just in this conversation, I'm saying speak better than the men that be trying to do this shit. You speak better than JJ for sure. But just because you're speaking does not mean that you're arguing your position. You told us your position in your introduction, and you made a claim in your 2 claims in your introduction. We have yet to see you provide your argument. You're not setting the stage. All right, when we come to eat, if we go out to eat, and let me give you an example of what I mean. We are going out to eat. I'm taking everybody in the chat out to eat. We didn't got on a tour bus. We didn't load it down the tour bus. Everybody got on their best outfits or nothing at all. We going out to eat. We pull up to the restaurant. We got the whole restaurant to ourselves. We got 20 waiters for 40 people. They taking the orders 2 by 2s. The waiters are. That's how they get all the orders in. When we sit down to eat, they give us a menu. They got our plates, forks and spoons, knives. They got it all decorated out. They give us a menu. Everybody reading the menu. But as we're reading the menu, they're walking around and they're doing what? They're taking our drink orders. Now that all these people that took our drink orders, we know what to expect. Just hear me out. I'm making a point. We are out to eat, y'all. We are at the table. We have our menus. The waiters are taking our drink orders. So the first order of business at this dinner is to take our drink orders. In the instance of this debate, our drink order is the topic of the debate. Then they go around and, if people already know if they want appetizers or anything like that, they bring back the drinks and then they start seeing who want appetizers. Now you got our attention. Your introduction is the appetizer. We're interested. We ordered it. Now we snacking on an appetizer. That comes before the full course meal. That comes before our actual meal. Now your round 1, 2, and 3 has to be the meal. And you ain't feeding us shit. You trying to tell us what it is or what it ain't. Based on the sources on your screen, you are making her argument. No matter what you say, how you want to say it, how you want to slice and dice it. I don't give a fuck if you use AI, Meta. I don't know. I don't give a fuck if you use your Bible. You aren't arguing for intelligent design. You are not showing evidence to support your argument. Everything is about Doc's argument that you got on the screen. And you're doing the Hebrew shuffle, the Abo shuffle, the Moorish shuffle. You're deny, cast doubt. Look at what they say, y'all. Could it be this? Oh, you talking about the secret of the ooze? I don't care how charismatic you are. You aren't influencing me as a judge. Because I have yet to review your argument. You are making her argument. Every minute you waste trying to downplay or create doubt about evolution and its theory and how things came to be, how existence became to be, you ain't even made an ounce of argument for your own shit. It's like you in your introduction, that was your first round. Straight up. Correct, Ronald. She was criticizing somebody else's order versus enjoying her own order. Exactly. And that's the problem in this round. And we ain't even heard Doc. Let's see how long this shit continues.
So this sounds pretty familiar. If you guys are familiar with the Babylonians actually have in the Sumerian clay tablets, they actually talk about life coming from right here. It says, according to the epic of, the Epic of Gilgamesh, it says, after the universe was created out of the primeval sea and the gods were born, the deities fashioned man. So right here is letting you know that this primeval sea is where life came from. The Babylonians taught that. And then when we look here at the Babylonians again, they're creating humans from monkeys. This is what the Babylonians actually taught. This is actually found. If you guys want to look into the Babylonians, the Anunnaki, the Sumerians, this is what they taught. This cannot be a coincidence.
Well, time out. Okay. You said that the Babylonians, the Anunnaki, teach that what? What does it say on the screen? It says right there, Mesopotamian mythology. That's what it says. What does it say? Among the god names, some Texas members of Anunnaki, yada, 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 say the god Air, who separated heaven and earth, is generally regarded as the most prominent of these. The ancient Hittites and the book, yada, 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 yada. The Anunnaki has several functions, yada, yada, yada. Myth. Where did you get that the Anunnaki teach that humans come from monkeys? You went from primordial soup to the Anunnaki. You went from primordial soup to the Anunnaki. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why judging a debate requires clarity, evidence, and rebuttal skills. It's about evaluating the strength of arguments, the use of evidence, and the ability to counter opposing points. One thing that I know for sure is that if this is me in a debate and this is your approach, I am taking in my rebuttal to you several things that you did incorrectly here. And I might not even do them in the debate because I'm going to be focused on teaching the people. But when I make the goddamn video, replaying this, I am tearing everything you just try to argue to shit. You didn't even give us the mythological story about the Anunnaki. You superimposed that on us that the Anunnaki teach that humans come from monkeys. You didn't provide us the literature. You didn't provide us the story. You didn't provide us of anything, because if we all go and look up what the Anunnaki is, we're going to be mad at you.
Right now, if you look at what they're teaching that there's bodies of water that life came out of, these ponds, these springs, whatever you want to call it, and then they want to say that man came from apes. Well, that's the same thing that Babylonians. And if it sounds ridiculous to you that what the Babylonians are saying, then you need to understand that that's what you believe in when you believe in this.
Here we go again. A continued pattern of scientific sources that are going to support Doc. Why the fuck am I showing people this shit? I'm in the middle of a debate. Why am I providing sources that support Doc? We're back to primordial soup. We got Darwin on the right and another source on primordial soup. You have provided 3 sources about primordial soup that help Doc. Nope, she didn't mention it. She didn't mention it at all. And I'm responding to Juju in the chat. Who is it acquiring knowledge from? Oh yeah, Morpheus, we know you're gonna beat it up. But yeah. But as a researcher, you're supposed to think like that, right? You're supposed to question, right? But this is again, so all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna let her ride out. Okay, we have clearly acknowledged a problem with the first round of this debate. So far, we have yet to find any source that she could use to argue for intelligent design. She's only arguing against evolution, parts of evolution.
We believe in this evolution. But let's get more serious. So according to Live Science, they says how Earth's primordial soup came to life. And it says Darwin was right. All life probably comes from a primordial soup. So they're saying that this is actually something that is really being taught. So evolution 101, from soup to cells is the origin of life. Right here we have Alexander O'Parent in 1922. He was the one that believed that organic molecules had developed from gases of Earth's early atmosphere. So this was his theory, and it lets us know that he believed that this primordial soup theory. This was back in 1922. Now, a lot of you are saying, well, that's 80 years ago, Nev. Nobody believes in that. No, they're still teaching our children this and people in college. They said the primordial soup model, if you look in any textbook from kindergarten to advanced college, they all speak of a primordial soup model. And right here we have, right here we have the University of Chicago. They said life emerged from primordial soup. And right here we have Khan Academy for the children. It says hypothesis about the origin of life. And it's talking about the O'Parent-Haldane hypothesis. So if you want to say, well, they're not teaching that anymore, nope, these are real. These are current lessons being taught currently right now, this very day. All right, so what's needed to make a simple cell? Everybody talks about how simple a cell is, but do they really know what's required to make this cell? So like I said, at first it starts off with these small molecules. Then we're going to start with the amino acids, right? Look at the amino acids. We have the amino acids, and then the amino acids have to, right here it says the building blocks. So first we have the molecules, then we have the amino acids, and then next is the peptides. But there's a problem here. Nobody has solved the amino acid polymerization problem with amino acids bearing active side chains. So what am I talking about here? What I'm saying is, according to my chemist, Dr. James Tour, he said that in their laboratories, nobody has been able to determine. They can make the amino acids, they can link those, but they can't form the polymerization that needs to be done. So in order for this to be done, no cell can be made. So the question is, that now when we look at the polymerization, it's an amino acid chain link. And they say the goalpost is moving further and further away, and the target is becoming more complex because they just realized the complexity of the target. In the 1800s, they thought a cell was a bunch of protoplasm. But now we know it's a factory in there, an amazing factory. They say the amino acids need to be made prior. So before the cell can even be created, we have to get the amino acids. And remember, amino acids are based off of what? Carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, and nucleic acids. Without this, you cannot get a cell. So what's the problem? If it says the amino acids have to be linked together in order to put a cell together, and there is no knowledge on how to make a cell in a lab. So how could it be formed randomly from a rock in a mindless universe? Ask yourself that. These Harvard graduates are not able to put this together, but you mean to tell me 4 billion years ago, it was able to just assemble itself by itself? I mean, come on, if that sounds ridiculous. Science keeps getting things wrong, and it's time for them to come clean. Remember, it's time to admit that genes are not the blueprint of life. Genes are not the blueprint. People used to look at genes and talk.
Who made the claim that genes are the blueprint for life? I haven't heard Doc make that claim, and you don't even have access to the article. So you're once again, you're trying to argue against science, what's been proven. And I was letting you rock out, but I just got tired of it because your slides, you're arguing against the slides. You're not arguing against your opponent. You went first. You don't know what she's going to say in her round because you don't know. I don't care how many conversations y'all have had prior to that. If you don't know the basis for the argument for evolution, you can't start your round off guessing and going around things. You have to stick to a methodology that addresses the earlier points for where Doc is going to argue. If you're going to eliminate her argument, you must be teaching me about the things that make sense based on your position. An example, if they said that life started from nothing, as you was arguing earlier, then you should be able to say that life started from X, Y, and Z. And in order for X, Y, and Z to happen, something gave it that. And if something gave it that, then that is where life began to develop and grow. But you know what? You would have to admit something in that because it's going to support Doc at some period of point when you start getting into it. If you don't have a counter argument, human beings on this planet are not 4 billion years old. The earth, as we know it today, wasn't created in 7 days. That event that transpired led to other events that got us to the point of development. See, the earth itself, as within the universe, has went through its own evolutionary process. Within our solar system, where's the other Earths? If we look to our neighboring planets, why is Earth so fucking lucky? What happened within this that didn't happen elsewhere? So again, you're arguing against evidence. You ain't even arguing against your opponent at this point. You ain't even arguing for your position at this point. You're arguing against shit that's been already proven. And that's based and explained, and that's based on your sources. You put up some shit that explains every point for your opponent, and then you try to argue and cast doubt about it. The typical pseudo movement. That's the same shit the abos do when it comes to certain documentation in history, like Reconstruction. If you say Reconstruction, the goddamn abos acclaim that white people began to rewrite history during the Reconstruction era. And that was not what the Reconstruction era was about. You're doing the same shit.
Talk about genetics and all of that. Well, they've learned right here. Dr. Alfonso, he says genes are not the blueprint of life. And they're saying, this is Dennis Noble, he says, why we need to change our biology textbooks. So the information that you guys have in your textbooks is incorrect. But guess what? Are you willing to accept?
Hold on, time out. Do you know why he said it's time to change the textbooks? No, you don't. You know why you don't? Because you don't have access to read the article explaining why he said what he said. See, this is what I mean by that remix. So when I would, in my rebuttal, and I don't know if Doc did this or didn't, but in my rebuttal, I'm accessing the article. If I can't find it from the Journal of Nature, I'm going to find it a secondary source that uses this article from the Journal of Nature to explain what the author meant by it's time to admit that genes are not the blueprint for life. Because I guarantee you this whole argument about DNA being the key emphasis on everything, and then over the last few years, RNA was being touted as the backbone for a lot of shit that's going on in us. But we know we got DNA and RNA. You're going to look like a fool because you're superimposing your argument onto a book that exists, that has been written. And if that author isn't making that same attestation or a claim that you're making, then you just fucked it up.
That this information is incorrect because they're telling us that it's incorrect. But that's all I have, and thank you all.
All right.
All right, so I ain't even got to too much go in and break down what she had going on in that round because I already went through it as she was making her argument, okay? And as Doc is saying in the chat, the article does not, the article is saying exactly that. She said the article is saying, we thought living systems work like machines, right? And that's it. If the article is saying that, let's just go. Let's go pull the article up. Hold on. It's time to admit the genes are not the blueprint of life. Y'all hear me typing my ass off. I'm trying to pull this shit up. Hold on one second. Like I said, y'all, you can pull this shit up. If you can't pull it up from the Journal of Nature, there's going to be a secondary source available to you, and there's a secondary source that is available, and I'm going to show. What I mean by that. See the screen? Cassie Luskin. That name look familiar to y'all? That name look familiar to y'all. I just showed you the same name, right? About the intelligent design shit. Same person. Dennis Noble in Nature. Time to admit genes are not the blueprint for life, right? You can go over here. Last November, I reviewed an article in the Bioessays which declared that Glennon paradigm shift away from the concept of junk DNA. The article compelling argued that we need to abandon the notion that genes only make proteins because of the genome is full of RNA genes, the produce, blah, 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 blah. Now, another groundbreaking article in Nature by Oxford emeritus biologist Dennis Noble is calling for a major rethink of biology by charging that it's time to admit that genes are not the blueprint of life because this view of biology often presented to the public is oversimplified and out of date. Noble is reviewing a new book, How Life Works, by Philip Ball. This is not to say that genes aren't important for life, or of course they are. Of course they are. It's that they aren't the fundamental blueprint that controls an organism. In fact, it is a surprising twist. Noble argues that it's the organism that controls the genome. Before we get there, we must review some of Noble's striking discussions on the complexity of life. Then he goes on and he says this. This is why she's using the shit, y'all. This is why the same person that's arguing for intelligent design is using the same fucking article, but in this sense. Listen to the argument here. Those who travel in the intelligent design community know that we listen. An admission here. Those who travel in the intelligent design community know that we have often compared biological systems to machines. She caught red-handed. Now, we have never intended to say that living organisms literally are machines. So if you go back to her claim, y'all, in the article that she was showing on the screen, you can start piecing it together. But rather that machine-like structures exist within living organisms alongside many other features which may or may not be comparable to machines. The idea that life contains machine-like structure was explained eloquently by former U.S. National Academy of Science President Bruce Alberts, whose famous quote wrote in the Journal of Cell, "The entire cell can be viewed as a factory that contains an elaborate network of interlocking assembly lines, each of which is composed of a set of large protein machines." Why do we call the large protein assemblies that underlie cell function protein machines? Precisely because the like machines invented by humans to deal efficiently with the microscopic world, these proteins assembled contain highly coordinated moving parts. Noble's current Nature paper seemingly disagrees with Albert's use of machine metaphors for biology. I think the metaphor still works in many cases, but before we explore Noble's view, it must be understood that a reason for Noble's disagreement with machine metaphors isn't because life is less complex than machines, but rather because it's more complex and the machine comparison fails to capture the true nature of life's incredible complexity. Here's what Nobles wrote. And I ain't gonna get too far into this shit, but my point in all of this is, why would you put a piece of that article that you can't access up when you could have went in a whole different direction and grabbed something? And just so and behold, I already had a source from that same author up on the screen. I just wanted to do that because to show you how simple it is for you to be able to access some shit and then find out. Just like this article, right? Written in futurism. Genes aren't actually the blueprint of life, experts say. We are at the beginning of a profound rethinking of how life works. This article is going to refer back to, if it ever pulls up, the goddamn Journal of Nature article. Since the human genome was first sequenced, popular science has dictated that the genes act as a blueprint for life, but the reality experts now arguing is much more complex and beautiful. In a new book titled How Life Works, A User's Guide to New Biology, British science writer and author Philip Ball writes that the modern conception of genes as hard and fast cogs in the machine of life doesn't at all jive with the geneticists have learned in the intervening years, that life is a messy mystery, and that genetics and coding it are enigmatic and chaotic instruments. In a review of the book published in the Journal of Nature, where Ball happens to be alongside editor British Dennis Noble, quoted fellow science writers saying the concept of life as a machine is a lazy metaphor, right? All of that right there is subjected right there. You could have done that versus just trying to clip something and try to make something some shit that it's not. And you failed tremendously in your first round. And let's see what the hell Doc got going on. I could have been beating up Abos for that type of shit. Whole first round pissed me off.
It's not change our biology textbooks. So the information.
So again, people, Sis said a whole lot of words, but here's the thing, right? And I got a slide for everything she just said right now because I'm smart. So real quick, science versus pseudoscience. We have evolution on the science side. We have creation, quote unquote, science on the pseudoscience side. The 7 steps of the scientific method are clear. Make an observation, ask the question, drop a hypothesis, perform an experiment, analyze and state your conclusions, then share your conclusions. Some scientific theories, such as evolution and the Big Bang, obviously cannot be replicated, so facts and data surrounding their effects and evidence must be used to support these theories, such as transitional fossils and the CMB, or cosmic background radiation, which is measurable remnants from the Big Bang itself. Scientists or not, you now have the basics to develop your own hypothesis and conduct research to draw conclusions. If you have some burning questions you'd like to get to the bottom of, have some fun and give the scientific method a whirl. It will give you some practice for the future when you're asked to do so for work. So I just want to go through a quick timeline. And it's funny that she mentioned 1922 when something about the primordial ooze or whatever. So even though I shouldn't have to go having to do this, let's go way back in time. Let's take a look at the timeline of discovery for much of what we know about our universe. 1922, proof of the Big Bang through Alexander Friedman's mathematical solution to Einstein's general relativity equations. The equation predicted what we would later discover as an expanding universe. She mentioned the scripture about God stretching out the universe. I don't have time to pull it up right now, but the Hebrew translation is not the same. 1929, Hubble discovered galaxies moving away from one another, and the further they were, the faster they moved away, which is called redshift. This prompted Hubble's law, named after Edwin Powell Hubble. So this law says that the further away a galaxy is from you, the faster it's going to be moving from you. This is what we observe and have proof and evidence of. I'm going to go through this a little bit faster. So 1931, we have evidence for the primeval atom, lending credence to the idea of a singularity being the beginning of the Big Bang. In this theory, 1 meter equals 10 million light years. 1964, 30 years later, humans discovered proof of the Big Bang through the CMB, or cosmic microwave background. This is remnants from just after the Big Bang. So when people say that the Big Bang can't be true and it's not possible, why do we seem to have all this proof of just such that thing? 1990, fast forward another 30 years, we have the launch of the Hubble telescope, which allowed us to see further into space than we ever could before with land-based telescopes. And as you can see, this picture down here to the right on the bottom right of your screen, this is some of the pictures from the Hubble telescope, galaxies, planets, all type of stuff. So fast forward to 2025, we are now in the year 2025, and there are people who think space is fake and evolution is made up. Side note, God has yet to come down and update his book, as many errors have been discovered. So this is a picture of the Big Bang. So you have the Big Bang, and then you have space expanding out to where you get to where we are today. Total timeline of this is 13.77 billion years. So the whole idea that we only been here 6,000 years is crazy. So humans are made of stardust. One of the ways that we know that the Big Bang Theory is true is because humans are literally made up of stars. We're made up of nitrogen, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, calcium, and magnesium. Just a few of the many elements found in humans that were created in the heart of stars once heavy elements begin to form. Again, all of this is more proof of the Big Bang. We're going to get to evolution though. Oh, here's a good one. She brought up nucleic acids and lipids and peptides and all that other stuff, right? Here's an article that says nucleic acids, function and potential for abiogenesis. There's that word. That means that life came from non-life. But in terms of what non-life is, when you're thinking about basic proteins, that could be considered non-life, right? But if you have building blocks of proteins that build up to life, then you can have actually abiogenesis. So again, here's an article talking about just that. Science is honest. This is an article published that can be found here as well as PubMed, published in 2017. It details how the function of these nucleic acids give rise to potentially explaining how life began. Let me say that again. It details how the function of these nucleic acids gives rise to potentially explaining how life began. Let me break it down. So on the other end of abiogenesis is biogenesis. As one can gather, this entails life coming forth from pre-existing life. One could argue that theories such as panspermia could be considered abiogenesis or biogenesis. Either way, the need for an intelligent designer is unnecessary since these nucleic acids are self-propagating. They code and store information through what one would call instinct. It is their basic function. This is all it was meant to do. This is its place in life, so to speak. Humans have evolved so far past that single-celled organism that we have almost forgotten the fact that we still function in the exact same way as that long ago single-celled organism. The only difference is we as humans are more malleable. We can be coded and programmed to do pretty much anything as is evident in our society. Evolution evokes a sense of fear because it eliminates all the dogma that so many have died for. It will force humans to face themselves and remember how precious life is and the importance of loving one another. It makes no difference how many Bible scriptures you quote if you do not see value in my life simply because I choose to believe something different than you do. Why does it matter if you believe in a savior if the world around you is literal hell? Religious persecution works both ways, and to force beliefs onto others, especially for children, only further confuses them. Take a moment to ask yourself why America is one of the most religious countries, but is seen by the rest of the world as the most amoral, or why our country is so far behind other countries with far more advanced ways of living. Think about Japan and the culture they're in. I say this to remind those listening that it does not matter what we choose to believe if we do so while also ignoring facts, denying truths, creating fairy tales to rock us to sleep at night, and generally oblivious to the world around us. STEM is important in order for us to advance. There is no room for mythos in the realm of ugly truths. I admonish us all to consider what we know, what we can collectively prove as a unit. This will be the only thing that unites us. Notice the Sekofa picture there. So another article, New Scientist, Born Believers, How Your Brain Creates God. So all those connections that people are making, trying to tie the Bible to scientific fact, it's all imagination. The concept of God is a figment of human evolution and imagination. There was an interesting article in New Scientist that discussed the fact that humans have a natural affinity towards religious beliefs, especially during hard times.
Pause. Naffy Taffy, because that's what they told me to call you. Let me help you out with something. You see how she uses an article from New Science that says, Born Believers, How Your Brain Creates God. And then she uses the source to refute the concept of God as it pertains to human evolution. You see how she's using her sources versus how you're using your sources. I sit here and just let her go. She didn't bring up a single source in support of your argument and then tried to argue against it. She pulled up her shit and says the concept of God is a figment of the human evolution and imagination. And she gives us a quote up out of it. Now, could we have gotten a more up-to-date source versus the 2009? That's picking. You know, that's me just, you know, trying to look for a more relevant source as it pertains to up in the ante in this description. Would I have used this, right, to explain away my argument in my round one, right? Because she's attacking your position, but she's using her information to do it. She ain't using your information and then attacking your information. She's fighting fair. She's fighting with two hands, and you fighting with your right hand tied behind your back, and you ain't left-handed. I mean, it's just that simple. The misuse and representation of your own information is costing you, and now you got someone that's competent enough to not argue against you, but to argue against your position.
This explains why religion goes hand in hand with poverty. The article goes on to describe how the idea of religion is an evolutionary adaptation that makes people more likely to survive and pass their genes on to the next generation, just as one parent would pass on blue or brown eyes. All right. Are we how we looking on time? Everything, y'all hear me okay? Everything cool?
Okay. You 6 seconds and 2 minutes.
What?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh, I got 2 minutes. Okay. So real quick. So I'm not going to read the quote, but this is a quote from Francesca Stavrakopoulos. She wrote the book God and Anatomy, and it's talking about how people like to say God is outside of creation or that he's different from human beings, but yet they use the Bible to give God these anthropomorphic
listen to her. She says, I'm not going to read the quote. I'm just going to say this. She has 2 minutes left and she's trying to get the 2 minutes in. My point in saying this is because Doc was accused later on at the end of this debate, when the shit was over and she just went on a whole tangent and started sharing her screen and started trying to reteach her rounds to every goddamn body. You see, all this is her. Ain't nobody else on the panel. All of this is her. Right? That last hour of the debate, everybody gone. It's just her by herself from this mark all the way to the right. So from this point on, she started trying to reteach her rounds. Same information that she showed us earlier. And in this, she made a claim that Doc didn't know her information, that she was just up there regurgitating things. And look at this. In round one, at the end of her round, she gives us a summary about a quote and some more information, right, from a source about God and anatomy, after being charged later on with not knowing her information. This is crazy.
These anthropomorphic things that come from humans. So like in the article that I showed how humans create God, that's why God has so many human attributes, because it's being created by humans. So the idea that The idea is that God is immanent and does in fact interfere with the lives of humans. According to those who subscribe to the Hebrew Israelite school of thoughts, God not only interferes, but has chosen one group of people to focus on specifically. How absurd, to say the least. By trying to philosophize God, believers have inadvertently distanced themselves from the anthropomorphic depictions of God typically found in Western religions. And I only got 2 minutes, and I wanted to quickly, so we understand what evolution is. It's an observation made to understand how one type of animal turned into another. And there is a difference between theory and scientific theory. A lot of believers don't understand this distinction. Scientific theory is not just a theory, it's not just a hypothesis, it is backed by evidence. Again, like the Big Bang, we can't replicate that, but we have evidence for it. Evolution, we can't replicate evolution, but we have evidence for it. Keep that in mind. Another misconception, Darwin never said that humans came from monkeys. Evolution says that humans share a common ape-like ancestor in the distant past, keeping in mind that evolution is not linear, hence the idea of an evolutionary tree. One branch could branch off into any number of branches and so on. The reason many believers reject the idea of evolution is because it inherently eliminates the need for a creator God. Okay, let me finish this thought. The physicist and author purports that...
Hey, doctor, it's time.
Okay, well, DMG usually let us finish our thoughts, but it's okay. I'll get to the rest later.
You get to the rest later. All right, going into the second round. Everybody, I need y'all to pour your wine, get your popcorn, and we about to get into this second round. Naphtali, you ready? You can share your screen when you're ready.
Let me mute.
All right, so again, there was two distinctive arguments made by Doc and her opponent, Naffy Taffy. Two distinct, right? We heard the introductions. Doc is trying to stick to her introduction. However, I think she could have did a better job earlier on in eliminating some things and just sticking to key points. She did go in a direction when she got to talking about this one slide right here about the concept of God, but I understood the point of it being to refute the perspective of creationists and move on from there. All right. So she wanted to get into some more, but she couldn't get to where she was getting to. So let's get into this shit. The shit show. Watch this, y'all. She gonna do the same fucking behaviors as round one. Thinking she went. Listen, never mind. I'm just let it go.
All right, just 1 second. Here I go. All right, guys.
I'm gonna start the time when you're ready.
Okay. Can you see my screen is up? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right, let's go. Okay, let's go into the organic. So at first I started off with the cosmic, then I started off with the chemical. Now we're in the organic. So let's talk about it. So they say evolution is the biological, guys. Let's get that together. So right here is letting us know, it says humans and chimps DNA is so similar because the two species are so closely related. It says here that humans and chimps share surprisingly 98.8% of their DNA. How can we be so similar? So according to this source, humans and DNA share 98.8% of their DNA together.
Why is this? Why are you showing this source? Where's your God at? Where is your God at? Explaining away how we share 98.8% of our DNA. There's no intelligent designer here. There's no creationist here that is explaining away why this is. However, science is explaining this shit to us. And your God ain't explaining shit. Are you going to say that God gave man the thought to be able to explain away the shit? Because if we finna listen to another round of this, now heavy scrutiny comes because this is a learned behavior, which means You shouldn't have been in the ring with Doc in the first goddamn place, arguing this shit, and you're using another source that is supporting Doc. And this is the key of all keys, because this source on the screen is telling you that we share 98.8% of our DNA with chimps. You ain't got a source to argue against that. You ain't got a source. It ain't saying that we come from chimps. It ain't saying that we come from monkeys. It ain't saying none of that. It says that we share 98.8% of our DNA with chimps. So that 1.2% difference makes us who we are versus who chimps are. And if you go a little bit further, there is a percentage base that shows us why black people, all of y'all are black on the panel, why we are who we are, and why Europeans, Caucasians, pilgrims, whatever the hell you want to call them, are who they are. Because we share 0.02% difference between us and them. Between us and everybody else going on. That 0.2% difference is explaining away why you're you, I'm me, they, them, and all you motherfuckers in the chat are different. Why is she showing a source out of a biological explanation of how we come to be? She's using evolutionary biology to support Doc. This ain't a goddamn debate. It's not a debate. Who said this is a debate? Raise your hand if you still feel like this is a debate. We didn't heard the introduction. We didn't heard round one's complete. Show me, well, tell me, not show me. Tell me how you think this is still a debate at this point. If this is all she's doing, it's trying to cast doubt on the damn sources that support Doc. She has no evidence for intelligent design. If you had evidence for intelligent design, if I'm a judge, based on this debate so far, you have not shown evidence for intelligent design. I don't care how you say it, how you feel. It is what it is.
Is that true? Let's investigate. So just because we share DNA with an animal does not mean we come from them. We also share a shocking amount of our DNA with plants and insects. We share 50% of our DNA with trees.
God damn, another Hebrew talking DNA. 5 years ago, we couldn't get a fucking Hebrew to trust DNA, to even look at DNA, to understand DNA. And then we got this heifer on the screen telling us shit we already know. That we share DNA with plants and insects. She is making the mother freaking argument for evolution. Look at so politely. First slide, second slide. Come on with it.
70% with slugs, 44% with honeybees, and even 25% with daffodils. But we also share 50% of our DNA with a banana. With something as simple as this little banana, we share 50% of our DNA with that. Does that mean we come from a banana? But anyway, let's talk about that. So when you Google that, a lot of you guys are probably going to Google that. You're going to see this message. It's going to come up. It's going to say, while the statement that humans share 50% of their DNA with bananas is...
No, it's not. It's not going to come up and say that. AI is going to come up, or what's that pilot shit is going to come up and say that shit. But if you go look in a fucking source explaining why we share DNA with the damn monkey, it ain't, you know what I'm saying? You can't fuck it. Listen, bro, I done heard it all. I'm gonna let you finish because you just fucked up again. Because now you got, hold up, you got AI clipped the fuck out in these slides. What the fuck is wrong with y'all in AI, man? Why do y'all think y'all can go into a debate using AI? When they got fucking scientific articles going into detail about the shit. And what's even worse is AI got a whole link thing next to it, giving you the damn source on where they got the information from, making it easier for your lazy ass to click on the link and read the actual whole article.
This common internet meme is not entirely accurate. The correct statement is that we share about 50% of our genes with bananas, but this refers to protein coding genes, not the entire DNA sequence, which, considering the entire genome, similarity is closer to 1%. So what is this talking about? What this is saying is it's not based off, it's only based off of DNA that is.
No, you don't know what the fuck it's saying because you fucked it up. And then the statement turned around and gave you clarity on why people saying what they're saying, even if they're saying it wrong or incorrect. You probably typed it in wrong. It's just that. But let me see how you explain away the rest of this shit. This is agreeing with Doc.
Coding. There's non-coding DNA, and then there's DNA that actually codes.
You don't know.
So they're saying here that humans and chimpanzees share 98.8. Now, it doesn't say anything. It says the remarkable similarities in DNA between humans and chimpanzees is a strong indicator of their shared evolutionary history. It says while the difference might seem small, it's important to understand that this 1 to 2% difference is responsible for significant physical and behavioral distinctions. So they're saying the reason why we're so different is based off of this 1 and 2%, but they didn't mention anything about coding and non-coding DNA, did they? But they made sure they did with this banana. But let's just keep going. So there's something called junk DNA, garbage DNA, and that's actually what this coding DNA and this non-coding DNA is. So when you look at a human's genome, this is an actual graph based off of a human's genome. And when you look at this red sliver right here, this is the protein coding genes. So out of all of our DNA, just this one little part is where we get the coding DNA. The rest of it,
that one little part that you're trying to skip over, that one little part of our DNA that makes us all the world different from everything else that we're interconnected with. You don't understand shit you reading. You just talking about some shit that you don't fully understand. You don't even know the complexities of junk DNA. That's why they were saying what they were saying the night before. Last night. And I didn't understand why they kept on saying that shit in the chat. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. OMG.
They call it garbage. They called it junk. It says while about 2% of human genome encodes for protein, the remaining 98% is junk, it's garbage. And that's what they're using, this 2%. They're using it for that banana and they're using it for that monkey, but they didn't tell you that. They didn't put that in the message. In this message, they said it refers to protein coding genes, not the entire DNA sequence. They didn't put that there, but it's the same thing. Right here, it's only showing you the protein coding, which is a very small amount. What's the big deal? Well, guess what? Again, they were wrong. Again, they had to retract another statement. Don't let these people take your God away. These people don't know what they're talking about.
Wait a minute. What? Where did you get God at? You don't understand junk DNA? It was on the screen. Did you read it? It's still on the screen. Junk DNA can play a vital and unanticipating roles in the control of gene expression, from fine-tuning individual genes to switching off entire chromosomes. These functions have forced scientists to revisit the very meaning of the word gene and have engineered a what is that? Spirited scientific battle, or spirited scientific battle, because the word is small as fuck. Scientific battle over whether or not this genomic nonsense is the source of human biological complexity. Drawing our experience with leading scientific investigation in Europe and North America, Nessa Carey provides a clear and compelling introduction to junk DNA and its critical involvement in phenomenon as diverse as genetic diseases, viral infections, sex determinations in mammals, and evolution. We are only now unlocking the secrets of junk DNA, and Nessa Carey's book is an essential resource for navigating the history and controversies of this fast-growing, hotly disputed field. Lady, what the fuck is you talking about? And this is to sell a book. This is to sell a book. It says Yale scientists played a leading role in an international effort to map the 99% of the human genome that doesn't produce something, perhaps ending the notion that those regions are junk. They're talking about DNA. They're talking about still DNA. They're explaining it away. How the fuck do you come to the conclusion that you come to and say the shit that you're saying when there's an author? You should actually probably read a fucking book. You're going to put it on the screen. You could have listened to it or something by now. But this again, explain away all the important factors that support her. You said all of that shit and then you turned around and then said what you said. You just superimpose your guard.
Right here, it says this is from the Columbia University. Junk DNA. It says for decades after the identification of the structure of DNA, scientists focused only on genes, the regions of the genome that contains codes for the production of proteins. Other regions that make up 98% of the human genome were dismissed as junk. So it's letting you know right here that 98%.
We read the whole thing. You stopped. No. See, once again, you cherry picking motherfuckers. Caught red-handed. Let her go, bro.
Of her genetics was dismissed as junk. Sequences that serve no purpose. So they said their whole, let's go back. You see this whole chart? They said all of this was junk and this red line was all that mattered.
She still didn't understand.
But that's the only part that actually matched the 8. That's why that mattered. But let's just keep going. But researchers have recently discovered variations, modulations in this junk DNA that are involved with a number of intractable diseases. Our increasing knowledge of junk DNA has led us innovative research and treatment approaches that may finally ameliorate some of these conditions. So right here, they're saying the knowledge of what they found out is that this DNA is useful and it's actually here to actually help some of these diseases. How did they get this wrong for decades? It said for decades, they've gotten this wrong. What else do you think they've gotten wrong? Here is from the Yale School of Medicine. It says junk no more. Yale scientists played a leading role in an international effort to map the 99% of human genome. Right there. They were calling it junk, but guess what? Now is very important. But let's just keep going.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So you just contradicted yourself in that whole slide. 1 minute you was going for it because they was calling it junk and then people didn't know what the hell was going on. And then you just read that and said they understood it more and got some things corrected. And now you're in support of it. I'm confused. If you agree with what you just stated, then you agree about the whole DNA spill and its understanding now. So how in the fuck could you just go along? Every single slide You have yet to argue for your position. I ain't saying shit about intelligent design. The debate is about intelligent design versus evolution. And everything you've posted is in full support of her. Now, you can't come to your own conclusion based on beliefs, which Doc pointed out at the beginning of your fucking arguments, when she clearly made a distinction between we're going to look at science versus beliefs. And you're superimposing your beliefs on science. And you have yet to show us any source that you got. The only thing that I seen remotely close to you arguing about intelligent design was you using fucking scriptures out the Bible in your introduction.
It's called ENCODE. And ENCODE was a research project that was done at Stanford. Right here is at Stanford University. And guess what? This place, ENCODE, was taking that DNA, that DNA that was said to be trash, and they were comparing it to the ape's DNA. And what they found out is right here, it says the Encyclopedia DNA Elements ENCODE project, which aims to identify and characterize functional elements in the human genome, found that a significant portion, around 30% of human genes, do not have a direct counterpart or orthologs in the chimpanzee genome. So what am I saying, guys? It says 30% of the human's genes.
She don't even understand what she just said. Read the definition. Encyclopedia of DNA Elements, or ENCODE, is a public research project which aims to build a comprehensive parts list of functional elements in the human genome. ENCODE also supports further biomedical research by generating community resources of genomic data, software, tools, and methods for genomic data analysis, and products resulting from data analysis and interpretations. The current phase of ENCODE is adding depth to resources by growing the number of cell types, data types, assays, and now includes support for examination of the mouse genome. That's from Wiki, which you copied and pasted over there. You're not understanding the information. You're trying to cast doubt on the information. This tool is used to help further understand and study. ENCODE is a tool. It's a public research project which aims to build a comprehensive parts list of functioning elements in the human genome. You have no earthly idea of what the fuck you're talking about.
Genes do not have a direct counterpart in the chimpanzee's genome, meaning they don't have a match. They don't have a match. 30%. Now that they're investigating this DNA, at first it was 2%. Remember they said that humans and chimps shared 98% of our DNA? Well, now based off of this science here, it says 30%, which drops it down to 60%, right? And if they were to continue on, how low do you think it's going to go? What am I showcasing is fraud, a scam here. This is a scam. This is fraud.
How?
Right here. This is actual. I'm not making this up, you guys.
See, another claim. It's a scam. It's a fraud. Now you got to show us that it's a scam and it's a fraud. Based on what? Because this source isn't saying that it's a scam or fraud. It's actually saying this is a tool used to help them figure shit out. Read the rest of it. These genes, often referred to as orphan genes, highlight the ongoing evolution of gene content and functions in different species. There's no way that you took this debate and you fucking didn't prepare.
This is actual. I'm using sources that are easy for you to find, and it shows you right here. It's letting you know that what they're doing. So, evolution, the story of life. They want us to believe that evolution is this story of life. The age of the earth. Now, they say that.
Who is they? Who is they? Who is they? And why do they want us to believe this? You can't throw this at me and then.
You guys, this is actual. I'm using sources that are easy for you to find, and it shows.
Yeah, they debunk your dumb ass.
Shows you right here. It's letting you know that what they're doing. So
why did you put this on the screen and say this?
Evolution, the story of life. They want us to believe that evolution is this story of life.
But you're sitting right here arguing against evolution, and it took you from the Precambrian stage all the way up until today. As it pertains to the existence of humans and animals and apes and monkeys, chimps, etc. All of this shit. The whole story of life is right here, and you ignored all of this shit.
The age of the earth. Now, they say that the earth is 4.5 billion years old, and the universe is around 14 billion. But the Bible says that the earth is 6,000, and including the universe is 6,000.
Oh, here we go. Now we getting into some good shit now. Now you speaking your creationism. Because science says that the earth is 4.5 billion years ago and the universe is 14 billion. Science was science calculations. But your Bible says the earth is 6,000 years ago. The universe, including stars, is 6,000 years minus 3 days. What? How old is man? So if your Bible say that the earth is 6,000 years old, and we got human beings that's 180,000 years old that we just dug up out the ground, that's put together, human beings, modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, existing. Your Bible is now fucked up. You got 9, 10, 13,000 year old bones found in fucking America. That puts a whole dent in the whole argument about the age of the earth. I ain't even got to go through everything else. If I can show and prove that man existed before the biblical date of the earth, the conversation's over. You can't use that shit. But you know what? Finally, you're using something other than a fucking scientific article and trying to cast doubt. So let's go.
Years. So right here, they have a lot of things that they want to say.
We back to evidence again. See, we back to evidence. This evidence does not support you. This evidence will support Doc. How the fuck is you wasting your... Never mind, go ahead.
And they want to put down. But there's a lot of things that go against it. They want to say that let's challenge this.
Show us the things that go against this stone that you got on the screen, please. Show us.
Age. Let's challenge it. They say dinosaurs are billions and billions of years, but why do we have a footprint with a human with a dinosaur? Why are we seeing this? Why is this here? We have soft tissue.
Wait a minute, motherfucker. I ain't letting you do that.
Human with a dinosaur.
I ain't finna let you do that. Give me 1 second, child. Damn. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Comment. coming. Y'all can see my screen, right? Y'all can see the screen? All right, cool. Let me grab my phone. I want to make sure y'all can see the screen. What's up, young fool? I see that you're anxious to jack up the like me because you ain't got no patience. All right. Hold on. There y'all go. Now y'all should be able to see the screen. I'm looking at my phone to see if y'all can see. All right. So let's see where she got this from. And she didn't get it from here, did she? Did she get it from here? Nope. She didn't do that. She's making a very poor argument, and Center for the Study of Creation, paleo, Alphagenesis, the one thing evolutionary biologies are running from. I don't even see no, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so now we know that this comes from a meme. So this meme is shared on Facebook and it says evolutionary biologists are running from it. So now we can go and we can try to find the article of where it comes from. Let me see. This is English. This ain't gonna be an article. This shit got yoga esoteric on that bitch. Boy, this shit hit crazy. The current conception, yada yada yada, consider the gradual yada yada, the reaching point of 10,000, yada yada. Yeah. It's crazy. Fossil Forum. As a topic entails, the object was yada 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 yada. Okay, this ain't shit. See, she couldn't even explain to us why she was showing this rock. I had to clip the goddamn rock, pull up some shit, and found it on a couple of creationist sites. And we still ain't got real clarity on the fucking rock. We still ain't. Hold on, let me do this. Biblical Paleontology Database. Oh, this shit's crazy. Daniel Arson, sci-fi and fantasy. This don't even look like that rock. Bro, we don't know what they got going on right here. We can't even qualify this picture, this image at all. I'm gonna have to mess around and do more digging, and I'll come back to it probably in a post on the Masi. Our daily post. I might come back to that so everybody can get an answer to that shit. That'll be a fun little exercise I might get into. And if she don't like it, she don't like it. I don't care. She shouldn't have put this shit on the screen. Pseudo ass shit.
dinosaur. Why are we seeing this? Why is this here? We have soft tissue that is found in these dinosaur bones. These dinosaurs are supposed to be millions of years old, not billions, please scratch that. Millions of years old. That was a joke, really. Why not a billion? I mean, shoot, won't you?
Read what you have on the screen. In 2005, paleontologist Mary Schweitzer found the first evidence for soft tissue in a dinosaur bone. Blood vessels, red blood cells, and soft and stretchy ligaments were found in the bone. Also, proteins like collagen, hemoglobin, osteocalcin, actin, and tubulin were found. Why did you not just click on the source and read the shit? Soft tissue and dinosaur bones. Hold on one second. What does this have to do with evolution? What does this have to do with your argument, intelligent design? Soft tissue and dinosaur bones. What does the evidence really say? Paleontologist Mary Schweitzer found evidence of soft tissue in dinosaur bones. Does that mean that the dinosaur only lived a few thousand years ago? Mary Schweitzer was a worldwide headline 2005 announcing that she had discovered soft tissue and preserved 65 million year old dinosaur bone fossil. Those who denied the scientific evidence for the old age of the earth and attempted to leverage the discovery to cast doubt on the dating methods. But this is a misrepresentation of her findings. Scott Buchanan has meticulously poured through the details of Schweitzer's work and presented it in a blog, Letters to Creationists. He gives us here a summary of his issue. See also our interview with Schweitzer. For fossils as old as dinosaurs, over 65 million years, conventional wisdom, yada, 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 yada. Young Earth creationists have widely cited these findings as evidence that dinosaur fossils cannot really be millions of years old. And so the rock layers, radioactively dated more than 65 million years ago, cannot be really be millions of years old. And so it is claimed that the whole old Earth dating edifice collapsed. There are multiple reasons why these claims are false. I've read through most of Schweitzer's paper on the topic and reviewed the key findings from them in a 25-page article, which is posted in Letters to Creationist blog as a dinosaur soft tissue. For lots of data and literature referencing, that is the place to go. For those who do not want to wade through all the information, here are some key takeaways. These remarks pertain to the thigh bone from the dinosaur specimen T-Rex, approximately 68 million years old, and duckbill hadrosaur, 80 million years old. In both cases, the fossils have been buried in sandstone, which may help wick away destructive enzymes from the corpses. And the fossils are analyzed within the relatively short time after excavation, which minimizes degradation from sudden exposure to a new set of environmental conditions. After dissolving away the mineral portion of the bone in the weak acid, various types of flexible structures were recovered. They conformed to the microscopic pores of the bone in which they had resided. Moving down the yellow brick road. All right, you know what? I ain't even gonna go here. This don't even support her. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna put this shit in the chat. Y'all can have fun with it. Y'all can ask her why she showed this shit during her debate, when it clearly doesn't go. Inside of this source that I just put in the chat, and the chat will be up for replay so you can get the source there as well, it's Letters to Creationists, which is where he has all his other information. So all you got to do is click on Letters to Creationists, and then it should take you right here. Now you are at odds with someone that's arguing against your shit. Once again, This makes no sense why she doing this shit, y'all. I don't understand. Let me let her argue shit. Goddamn Hebrew is crazy.
You add more to it. But right here, they found soft tissue within the dinosaurs' bones. 2005 paleontologists, found blood vessels, red cells. You mean tell me they last millions of years? That B word wants to come out. Also, we found carbon-14. Those of you that are aware of carbon-14, you understand that carbon-14 is only thousands of years. It's not millions of years, okay?
What?
So right here, why are they finding?
Hold on. What'd you just say? CO2, which contains radioactive carbon-14. Carbon-14 undergoes radioactive decay. Let's read it. And you was looking for this. It undergoes radioactive decay with half of its atoms disappearing roughly every 6,000 years. No detectable carbon-14 should survive from 76 million years ago, but the bones were full of it. Either these dinosaurs died a few thousand years ago, or they were contaminated by living things. This article is written by Nick Longred, the Conversation. Hold on. And once again, I don't know how that is, why this article is being used about dinosaurs. We talking about evolution. We ain't talking about no motherfucking dinosaur bones. But again, this is what they do. This is why I told y'all at the beginning of this shit what to look for. A motherfucker all over the place. Do they know their argument? What's their rebuttal like? Well, I'm gonna read it to you again, man, because I see y'all motherfuckers just tripping in the chat. Found inside of dinosaur bones. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Let me see. Did you get this article from Genesis Park? Or did you get this article from Phys.org? If you got this article from Phys.org, you in trouble. Hidden life revealed inside of dinosaur bones. So you didn't get it from there. So let's see what this shit is. This shit ain't helping you either. What's the first word in that article? CO2, which contains radioactive carbon-14. Hold on, I'm trying to find conversation. Maybe this the article. Nope, this ain't even a fucking article. Bro, where you get this article from? Here we go. Got it. What part of this article? Hidden life revealed inside a dinosaur bone. Conversation. Boom. Hidden life revealed inside of them. But your article don't say that. Your article says you got clips, but there's a portion in here that you're using. Let me go down to where you clip it. See the picture? Go to picture. Here we go. We also studied the carbon bones, the carbon in bones. Living things take yada yada yada. Undergoes radioactive with half its atoms disappearing roughly 6,000 years. No detectable carbon-14 survived 76 million years ago, but the bones were full of it. Either these dinosaurs died a few thousand years ago, or they were contaminated with living things. To find out what lived in the bones, we extracted DNA. Look, following fucking paragraph. To find out what lived in the bones, we extracted DNA and the related molecule RNA from the fossil. What we found was astonishing. A thriving community of bacteria. The bones had 50 times the bacterial DNA as the surrounding mudstone. They weren't empty tombs, but teeming with a unique microbial community and microbiome. Bones, unlike rock, have open spaces for marrow, blood vessels, and cells, which now create space for microbes and carry water and nutrients. Bones also contains phosphorus needed to make DNA and cell membranes. Moreover, organic tissues and vessels like structures extracted from the bone. I'm going to give y'all this article because she fucked up again. She just in a state of fuck up. She in a state of fuck up. Using information to back her claim instead of citing it correctly. Yeah, she leans toward origins instead of evolution and don't understand the difference. Just keeps mixing it together. That's a fact. She definitely did do that. She definitely did do it. I like your assessment, Moses. Same thing she struggled with explaining when she talked to bro gotcha. So you're familiar with her conversation with Unc. So Unc tried to prevent her from making a fool out of her goddamn self. Ain't that about a bitch? The clear misrepresentation used in this particular source from the conversation, she didn't even read the next paragraph. Had she read the next paragraph, it clearly would have answered the question of what it was that they found as into pertaining while the carbon-14 was present. That's all. That's it. Just a little reading comprehension. You know what I'm saying? Just a little reading comprehension.
Finding live flesh within the bones, and then they're also finding them with human footprints. So we're finding them with human footprints here. We're finding them with flesh within their bones, and then we're finding carbon-14 inside of the bone. So with all that, we all have to think about it. Think about what I'm saying to you tonight. So right here in Genesis 3:19, it says, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread till thou return unto the ground, for out of it wast thou taken. From dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return." All right, guys. Shalom and Most High bless.
What the fuck? Then she hit us with a Bible verse at the end of that shit? Not knowing what the fuck the bones was, the shit on the bones was being explained. She didn't even read that far. Bro, how the fuck do y'all keep doing? Y'all got so much energy, bro. Why the fuck y'all keep doing this? Y'all got all this energy for one thing or another, but you can't even fucking be honest about some shit. All right, there they go.
All right. Hey man, we at the halftime show. We at the halftime show, man. It is going down. Like, share, and subscribe. We got a heavyweight fight going on. Dr. Too Sweet. Whenever you ready, it's on you. We're going to the bottom of this second round.
Okay, give me another second here. Man, it's so much stuff to go over. All right. My screen share. Oh, this one. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen? You see the screen?
All right.
You see it? You see my screen?
Not yet. Yeah, okay. Yes, we see it.
All right. Wait, hold on. All right, so real quick, I just wanted to point out that the sister was saying how they're finding that we don't really share genes with chimps, which is not true, by the way. But also, she's actually just proving my point that all life started at one point and then just got more complex and spread out. Is my screen showing?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think, no, because I think that's Natali's screen you showing.
Natalie, you got the museum that wasn't your source?
Oh, this is my. Why is not showing?
That was yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. No, my thing was messing up. That's my fault. Okay, so I just wanted to show that real quick. Now, to get back to my PowerPoint real quick, because I was pointing out how believers have a big misconception about evolution, which causes confusion. So the picture on the right where it says Darwin's Insight, I shared this with Natalie where I took my daughter to the California Science Center, and it gives you an idea of how evolution works. The reason Darwin had his insight is because he visited the Galapagos Island and realized that turtles on one island look different from turtles on a whole other island. This is further proving evolution. So Darwin's theory of evolution, probably known as evolution by natural selection, states that populations of organisms change over time due to selection of traits that improve their survival and reproduction. This process, called natural selection, occurs when individuals with favorable traits have a higher chance of surviving and passing on those traits to the next generation, which is what we see in the observable universe. She keeps talking about science and all this other stuff, but everything that I've talked about is observable, is testable, is backed by facts. So there's a premise called nucleosynthesis, right? This is a real theory in the scientific world. So too is abiogenesis. Excuse my typos. Abiogenesis is the idea that living material came forth from non-living material. As of today,
Pause. When I told y'all that Naffy Taffy, or how the fuck you pronounce her name, Nefertali, she was making Doc's argument, you have to understand this entire argument. If you muted this debate and you just looked at the screens, you don't know who's speaking. You wouldn't know who was speaking until you start seeing Bible verses. Because the information that supports human evolution was plastered throughout this debate by both people in support of evolution.
several lines of evidence and experiments support its plausibility. In 1952, the Miller-Urey experiment demonstrated that organic molecules can be synthesized from inorganic precursors under conditions thought to resemble early Earth. So while people keep saying they don't know how life started, that is not necessarily the case. We have different experiments and tests that give us an idea of how this came about. Theories such as panspermia are also backed by science through discoveries of organic materials and meteorites. Fossils have been found in Earth's geology going back as far as 3.8 billion years ago, but zealots would have you believe the Earth is only 6,000 years old. It takes longer than that for complex molecules to form like proteins or RNA. We could all very much be just a cosmic accident, and that would be okay. We don't need a creator to find purpose in our existence. And I want to draw your attention to the picture here where it's talking about human evolution and how it could have possibly happened. Again, evidence for this all over the place. Now, where can we find evidence of evolution? Here's an article about the size of women's pelvises in real time. This is microevolution in real time. Evolution of human pelvis in obstructed labor. It's explaining how because women are having more and more C-sections, that the newer generations are being born with smaller pelvises, thus forcing more of them to have a cesarean section. This is evolution. The human body is adapting to conditions around it. Transitional fossils and species. So we have proof and evidence of transitional fossils. We have different forms of hominids that existed before Homo sapiens. We have Homo florensis, Homo africanus, Homo habilis, Cro-Magnon, Denisovans, Neanderthals. All of these are transitional species that show us that evolution is real. Transitional fossils and species give us a tiny view into the many changes that hominids have endured since branching off from our common ancestor. A virus is another way to substantiate evolution. We can see evolution in real time with the virus. This is why they keep having to come up with new flu shots every year, because the strain evolves. We develop a vaccine for that flu strain. We use it for so long, the flu virus adapts and evolves to that.
Sound like she been listening to Science with Sean when she brought up viruses, don't it? And she might not possibly even been listening. She could have been listening to But even still, if she had her, you know what I mean? I'm not taking nothing away from Dr. where she got her information from just by studying it, but absolutely, we've been telling y'all that. We can see evolution in real time with a virus. I've been saying that for the last few years, ever since before the pandemic kicked off. One of the best ways to view that shit is because of that natural process. And the pandemic showed us how the virus mutated and adapted, how there was different quote unquote strands that evolved over time. And we mapped them out and we followed them and we seen when they began to mutate and adapt. They come up out that D614, right? That was the first mention of the virus, right? That's the ancestral strand. D614G. I forgot the G. D614G is the ancestral strand for SARS-CoV-2. We watched it go through, enter into Europe and mutate into an alpha, which would later get a different number. And actually it did it twice, which means it left one environment, entered into a new environment, mutated and adapted, and became a whole different strand that would dominate certain places until it began to get into the United States, and then it would mutate and adapt again, and then you start getting these different fucking strands all over the place, especially with the seasons changing and all of that. My point in saying that is, she is absolutely correct. But once again, we got somebody that's using evidence to argue for evolution, and then we have someone that's is arguing against the evolution in the sources that they have on the screen. There's no way she won. It's already 2-0. We know you went to school. I just said that shit.
That vaccine, now it's become resistant to that vaccine, so we have to create a new vaccine, and it never ends. Why? Because of evolution, which we see all around us everywhere. I don't want to read all of that. Let's keep going because I have a lot of stuff here. So this is the electromagnetic spectrum. What you see before you is the entire electromagnetic spectrum as mapped by humans, not including ELFs, which extend beyond radio waves and are associated with Earth's magnetic field. Because of evolution, humans absorb UV light, but can only see within the visible light spectrum, which is a tiny sliver. Here we have a quote from Nikola Tesla. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. I don't think I have time to read all of this, but it's basically saying that believers have a tendency to convolute facts. If intelligent design were real and has a real intelligent cause or creator, then we would see no need for evolution. But what often happens is that they'll use the natural processes as a way to justify their belief. Yes, human life is complex. That does not require a creator. It just shows how that life persists and will go on. It will find a way to go on. It doesn't need a creator behind that. So scientists can't yet explain in detail the processes that led us to this very moment in evolutionary history, but the search for truth is never ending. Science forces honesty and hinders blind faith and denial. So in science, we don't get to say, oh, because we don't understand something, it has to be X, Y, Z. No, if we don't know, we don't know. So what we have seen here in this quote unquote discussion debate are techniques of science denial. You want to find fake experts. You want to use logical fallacies. You want to use impossible expectations. You want to cherry pick. you want to use conspiracy theories. And here we have, if the Bible really is the word of God, why did it get everything related to astronomy and science wrong? That's your biggest proof that intelligent design is a fairy tale and just something that people created. And this is like one of my last slides. So a tactic that believers like to use is they will beg the question, like, well, what if heaven really exists? What if hell really exists? The problem with assumptions and hypotheticals is it's akin to starting down an unfinished railroad and expecting to still reach your destination. Once a believer assumes or has to step outside of the realms of fact and into the land of fiction and fairy tale where anything is possible, all attempts to then utilize science or the scientific method go out the window. For instance, assuming God created Adam and Eve, then assuming evolution began from there, the fossil record is clear in humans sharing a common ancestor with other primates. This is what the fossil record proves. Until there is evidence to the contrary, we cannot just fill in the gaps based on what we choose to believe through religious indoctrination and dogma. Those who choose to cling to the idea of intelligent design are merely regurgitating age-old creationism ideals of nothing existing, then God got bored or something and decided to create humans. Creationists, aka proponents of intelligent design, have been brainwashed so thoroughly that they cannot imagine a universe without the idea of a sky daddy watching and waiting for humans to choose the one true God, since any other gods are merely there to lead you away from the truth. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. In science and within the scientific community or method, one does not begin with the presupposition, then work backwards, looking for confirmation bias. Science requires a level of honesty that many believers are just not prepared to adhere to, since faith quite literally calls for one to lie, to essentially lie to themselves. So, is it really intelligent design versus evolution? The short answer is a resounding no. What we really have is established scientific data versus belief and lack of information. Not many people can comprehend the Big Bang or evolution or even how a language is developed, let alone idea that requires the highest of brain functions. Anyone can believe anything, but there is no place or room for belief in the arena of facts and evidence. As with the Big Bang, there is much evidence for evolution, which is why there's a consensus among scientists about the processes of natural selection. Maybe one day creationists will put forth a worthy hypothesis that can be scrutinized through scientific processes. And what's my time? How much time I got left?
You got 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay, I just want to make a couple points real quick before we get to the chin check round. So, one, we don't come from bananas. So that whole spiel about sharing DNA with bananas doesn't mean that we come from them. Science doesn't say that. And yes, we still do share 97% DNA with chimpanzees. Why? Because we share a common ape-like ancestor. Scriptures don't prove God. Let's keep that in mind. So you can quote scriptures all day. That is not proof of a God. And let me see. I have one more point. Oh, I just wanted to point out that my opponent is actually doing what she's accusing me of. Like basically making up stuff, filling in the gaps with any and everything. You got conspiracy theories going on. My entire standpoint is based on facts, evidence, data, and science, not what I believe, not how I feel, not what some dude wrote in a book 2,000 years ago. I'm talking about right now. And I've proven evolution. I haven't seen no proof of any intelligent design anywhere at all, not once. So is this really a discussion or what?
Time. All right.
All right, so hold on, let me see. All right, so that's the debate, right? That's the debate in a nutshell. And then she goes on to her spiel. However, this is the part where I kind of come in after Doc is done. And I ain't even gonna interrupt this. I'm not gonna interrupt this. You heard both sides of the debate. You can come to a conclusion which one argued, which one did what I asked y'all to pay attention to earlier, right? Which one provided clarity, evidence, neither really rebutted. We got a little rebuttal out of Doc in a sense, but they really wasn't rebuttaling each other to a degree. And I think, you know, maybe, I don't know how many debates either one of them have done before, but I don't think the format provided the leverage once their time started to do something. So all you could do is argue. However, Doc concluded the way that she did, and the girl left us with a Naffy Taffy left us with a Bible verse at the end of her bullshit, and she concluded the way that she did. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of like that. But now we didn't get much clarity or evidence from one person. We got a lot of clarity and evidence from the other person. That's a fact. So let's hit it. Let's hit this. I'm gonna let it play. I think it's about 20 minutes of it. And I'm gonna play all 20 minutes. I think it's 20. Yeah. And it's 30. Okay, I'm gonna play as much of this as I can until she start crying.
Hey man, I don't know if y'all know. Unshare your screen for me. Hey,
Oh yeah,
man,
hold on.
But what we do over here, paradigm shift. They got this thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, it might be in a regular debate, and it might be first round, second round, third round, and then y'all do a Q&A. Well, over here on paradigm shift, man, they got the Q&A known as the chin checking round. Let me read off the parameters. Okay. The participant who went first in the round section will go second in the Q&A section. Each participant will have 10 minutes to question their opponent. Keep in mind, it is the participant asking the question's time. If there is a stall in the action, the moderator may have to get involved to move it along. But it's up to each participant to mind their time. Each participant can stop their time a maximum of 3 times. All right, so we're getting into this Q&A section. You know what I'm saying? Or you can call it round 3. Definitely got to call it the chin checking section. Dr. Too Sweet, since Naphtali went first, you're going to be going first.
Don't mind if I do. Okay. So my first question here is, sis, I just wanted to ask you, is it your belief that humans are set apart by God and not like any other animal on the planet?
What the Most High says that He is going to create every living thing from its own kind, So, like when you say a kind of animal, like a dog and things like that, He's separating every living thing from its kind.
From its own kind. So
yeah. Hold on. So if he's separating every living thing and he's doing what you're saying as far as his creationism goes, then why the fuck does a dog have the dog come from a damn wolf? We can't even make dogs. Dogs don't exist. There's no ancient dogs. There's no dog before a wolf. So how the hell do we get all these different variations of dogs? Your God didn't make a dog. There was a wolf. The dog evolved from a wolf. If your God doing all this designing and creation, how the fuck did he make a French bulldog? Where did the French bulldog come from? Where did the American bully come from? Where did the English bulldog come from? If he doing all this bullshit you just said, what the fuck, man? But I said I wasn't gonna stop this shit. My bad.
My question to you then is, since we know it's a fact that we do share DNA with chimpanzees and other living organisms, how do you justify that if we're all set apart?
Well, the thing is we have a common creator. We all have to exist on this earth.
Hold up.
We all have to
he gave us.
Hold up. We have a common creator. So the God that made humans is the God that made monkeys, is the God that made giraffes, dogs, lions, tigers, bears. Oh my. A common creator. Hold on, let her explain this shit away. Go back.
Right.
Every living thing from its kind.
From its own kind. So
yeah.
my question to you then is, since we know it's a fact that we do share DNA with chimpanzees and other living organisms, how do you justify that if we're all set apart?
Well, the thing is we have a common creator. We all have to exist on this earth. Hold on, we all have to
he gave us his DNA. We got his DNA too.
Hold on. Let me answer my question. We all have to live upon this earth. So in order for us to all live upon this earth, we all have to be able to breathe and to eat and have everything that each other needs. That's not a coincidence. That is all by design. The Most High did that. He made sure we.
But you're not. Look, so you're taking up my time and you're not answering my question. So your argument is that humans are set apart by God. How do you justify the fact that we share DNA? Are you saying we have God's DNA? That's how we got some of the same DNA? Is that what you're saying?
He was created in his image. So yes, I'm more than sure. Now,
do you have evidence that we share God's DNA? Do you have a sample of God's DNA that we could test so we can make sure? Because science requires that we test it.
1 second, because one thing you guys, this what you call is not science, because you haven't observed any of that what you're speaking of, and you can't reproduce it within the laboratory, and that's what I talked about.
Well, I talked about that. No, I actually talked about that. So
do you want me to?
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question, but we can move on. We can move on.
No, so because I have something I want to say.
But it's my round. It's my round.
Hey, Naphtali, we're gonna move on to the next question because we're on her time. Go ahead, sister.
Thank you. So my next question is, since you are saying that somehow we share God's DNA and that we have to be able to replicate science, do you have somewhere we could replicate God's DNA so we could test what you're saying right now? Because I would love to do that.
First of all, that was never in my presentation, and I never said that we shared his DNA. No, we do not share.
You just said it right now. Okay, so now you're saying we don't. Okay, cool.
I never
have
said
another question.
Okay, you've been very critical. You've been criticizing, and you've been rude. There's no need to lie. There you go.
Okay. I didn't lie about anything, but okay, I have another question. So why would God make DNA that we're not using?
I'm sorry, what DNA are we using? Can you list
So you talked a lot about junk DNA, and I'm asking you if there is a such thing as junk DNA or DNA that does not produce proteins that basically is useless. Why would God give us that? Why would we have junk DNA if we were created in his image? Because that's what you believe.
It's obvious that you and a lot of your followers did not pay attention to anything. I can hear what you're saying. The fact that you say that I said that we have junk DNA clearly shows me that either my presentation was just too much for you.
No, I got what you said. No, you said one time they said it was junk DNA, and then they changed it to say that it's not junk DNA. Listen to me clearly. Whether or not you call it junk DNA or not, why would we have proteins that do not produce anything? If God created us perfectly in his image, whether it's junk DNA or not, why do we have stuff in our DNA that we don't use if evolution is false? Because evolution tells us why.
Would you please stop saying that? You're gonna make people think that's what I taught. I can pull it up for you again. But I said
we know what you said. I know what you said. What I'm asking you is
I was saying it incorrectly.
Okay, let's move on to another question then, since you seem to be confused about what I'm saying. So, because you really never showed us any proof of intelligent design. So what is your proof of intelligent design? Where's the proof? What can I go replicate or touch to prove your stance? Where is it?
All throughout my very first part of my presentation, I was talking about how intelligent. I talked about biogenesis. I talked about how from the dirt of the ground you should come, and in the dirt of the ground you should return. I talk about from the one.
What the fuck? No. Oh my God. You didn't talk about it. Why you lying? You thinking that you doing some shit that you didn't do.
One bone that is replicating. He used to create the rib. The one bone that could.
So here's the thing. I have another question about that real quick, because the thing about it is you're talking about biogenesis, which biogenesis says that life comes from life. So where did the life from Adam come from? Because dirt is not life. Would you say dirt is alive? Is that a living thing?
Exactly. We have a creator. Meanwhile, you need to be asking yourself that same question, because
we come from the dirt. Don't we come from the dirt? You said we come from the dirt, right? That's what you said. That's what your belief is. We come from the dirt, right? But dirt is non-living material. So is that biogenesis or abiogenesis?
All right. So the thing is my God took that and he made it to life. And the thing is, like yours, but yours with abiogenesis, it rained on rocks and then life came.
No, that's panspermia. That's panspermia, and that's actually biogenesis. So
that's primordial.
Okay.
I just proved that was the primordial soup.
No, you didn't. What you proved was that you don't understand how science works. But anyway, I have another question.
The Encyclopedia Britannica, and I read it from the top to the bottom. That was it.
No, so the thing about it is you didn't understand what panspermia is, and I had to explain what that is. And it's a very valid scientific theory. Why? Because organic life can exist outside of planet Earth. I don't know if you know that or not. They've actually found organic life on other planets already. So if your God is the intelligent designer, did he make a mistake and leave life on another planet somewhere, or did this come of its own?
No, he makes no mistakes. The thing is that when you say that you asking questions because you don't know.
Your God make no mistakes. How the fuck did we get enslaved and brought to America? Your God don't make no mistakes, but why the fuck were we getting hung? Your God don't make mistakes. Why the fuck is he have people having babies that got spinal issues, that's mentally retarded, that can't comprehend shit? If your God don't make mistake, why the fuck is he making mistake shit? That's what I'm saying, bro. You dodged every fucking question she asked you. She asked you, and then she explained to you what the fuck she was talking about, and you still try to argue against the shit that she stated. You did not make an argument for intelligent design. You did not explain away the certain shit that you was explaining away. You did not know about nothing else. You know nothing about nothing else. You're just trying to cast doubt, bro. And when you do that, that's a problem. What I'm saying, you can't do the shit that you're doing.
The thing is that you
that's not why I'm asking questions.
No, you're asking questions because you don't know. You ask.
No, I'm asking questions because I know you don't know. So that's why you're getting tripped up because you don't know.
No, the thing is that he is the creator. Why is he creating life over here and not over there? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, why are we finding life on other planets if humans are set apart and God created us here?
Who said that they're?
Oh, you can look it up. There's organic life been found on other planets. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of your information is outdated, and you gotta update it.
No. What's wrong with finding life on other planets?
You can ask me that on your question round, but it's my turn to ask the question. So you can save it for your question round.
I'm trying to ask
but you. It's my question round though. Why are you asking me questions and it's my round? You got a whole question and 8 round coming up.
I don't have a question. I'm trying to build with you real quick. You said to me,
but you're not building though. You're basically just denying science and thinking that your denial.
All right, real quick. We had 7 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm gonna stop the time, and Dr. Too Sweet, I'm gonna let you ask your next question.
Cool. So, I mean, I never got an answer to my question about dirt, because supposedly the belief is that man was created from dirt, but dirt is non-living material. So did God actually give us his genes and create humans, or did we come from non-living material in the dirt? Which one?
All right. Life was God created. He is the one, the Most High is the one that created. He's the one that utilized the dirt of the dust and dirt of the earth, and he created man. He breathed life into the nostril. Meanwhile, if you are so concerned about the dirt, then you should be concerned about the rain on the rocks, because to form this.
So what? But that was I never said that my theory is panspermia, honey. I was explaining to you that what you were describing was panspermia. But here's the thing, though. Panspermia, again, is a valid scientific theory. So you could try to dismiss it all you want to. We have evidence that could eventually prove that that's real. But okay, I can move on to another question since I'm not going to get the answer about the dirt. I guess my final question is, if you really understood what abiogenesis and biogenesis are, why did you ignore the article that I showed that gives us proof that abiogenesis is probably a real thing?
I love
why
the
do you
word
keep saying it's not possible?
I love the word.
Yeah.
The thing is, you keep on saying stuff incorrectly. I didn't went through a whole presentation.
I didn't say anything incorrectly.
You said panspermia. You've been using the wrong stuff. I never taught panspermia, not one time in this debate. I don't think you're paying attention.
You keep talking about no, you're trying to sway opinion because nothing you're saying happened.
Oh, ma'am. Okay, let me share my screen. Can I share my screen? Because she's lying on me.
It's not for that. Not for that.
No,
I'm not lying, but this not for that. Go ahead and run the timeout because you can't answer the questions.
No, because
you can't answer the questions. So
all right, look. Naphtali, if you don't want to answer her question, just say go to the next question. She got a minute left, and I don't want y'all to just be arguing.
Okay, understood. Go ahead.
So you brought up the Sumerians and their creation mythos, but how does that disprove evolution? Can you explain how that disproves the facts that we have for evolution?
Well, the thing is that everybody knows that the Sumerians at their time were the number one civilization with the Babylonians. And what happened is,
did they disprove evolution? Because we only got a minute left. So did they disprove evolution or not?
They had a theory where it talked about life coming from a broth, a ooze, a seed. And the thing is, all of a sudden now, Darwin or evolution has their theory is life coming from a broth, a brew, a seed.
And they have evidence for it. Yeah, there's evidence for evolution.
The idea came from the Babylonians.
Oh, but we have evidence for it, whether it came from the Babylonians or not. We have evidence for it. So how do you justify having evidence for evolution? You didn't disprove evolution.
The thing is, like I said, what it was is that life. I mean, the way that the Babylonians, they viewed it as life coming out of the waters, and the same thing is what they got and copied from the Babylonians. The same thing with the apes. Creating life from apes, the Babylonians actually showcase that they.
Why are you making claims on the Babylonians and not showing evidence of it? You know what I'm saying? You're saying that people got the life came up out of the water from Babylonians? Is you a fucking nut or what?
It's an ape-like ancestor, not apes. Ape-like. The common ancestor is ape-like.
Okay.
All right, Tom. We're about to switch it up and do this in reverse. Naphtali, you got 10 minutes to question Dr. Too Sweet. I'm gonna start whenever you're ready.
All right, let's go. Okay, sis. So you get up here and you talk about the life and evidence. You haven't provided now one source of evidence. What source or evidence do you have that life came from non-life?
I showed how the nucleic acids perform a specific duty, and in that duty, they created proteins and then went into lipids and all this other stuff, just like evolution says. So yes, I did prove and show.
Because the thing is, nucleic acids comes. Where do proteins come from?
Oh my God.
Excuse me?
How are proteins made?
They don't come from your God. I mean, we could go into the science of where they come from.
Okay, so they don't come from him. Where do they come from then?
They come from the basic building blocks of life.
And what is that?
Those are the proteins. The amino acids and proteins are the basic building
and all I'm
blocks of life.
asking you is where you said proteins. You mentioned proteins, so I'm asking you, how are proteins made?
The ACTG genes in our DNA, they mix and match and they create proteins. What are you talking about? I talked about that in my presentation. I guess you missed it.
No, that's
they mix and match, and that's how they come up with proteins. Yeah, because they match.
What do they match with?
Oh my God.
The nucleic. All right.
It has nothing to do with
it's clear you don't understand it. It actually does. That's what nucleic acids are. They're proteins. But go ahead. Go ahead. Next question.
It's actually amino acids linked together. I actually got that in my presentation. But anyway,
I showed that in my presentation, and you still haven't showed intelligent design. But go ahead.
I did. I showed it in mine too. You weren't paying attention because you would have saw that whole thing on amino acids.
No, you showed me a lot of guesswork.
Well, no, that wasn't. That was actual science from a real science.
You showed me God of the gaps.
So here we go. What aspects of evidence for evolution do you find most compelling? So what do you have that is the most evident, that you feel is evidence to support your theory of evolution?
Oh, the transitional fossils, 100%. That's why we share a DNA with chimpanzees, because of the fossil records. So, yeah.
There are no transitional fossils. Can you name one?
There are.
What? She did it in her presentation. She gave you each stage. More recently, I mean, she just could have went to fucking Lucy and just talked about how Lucy's a transitional like bro, like what the fuck is going on right now? What is going on? I'm finna come back to her questions real quick, man. This is real quick. The field of evolutionary biology seeks to provide explanations for 4 conspicuous patterns that are manifested in nature. The first 3 concern living species, whereas the 4th relates to fossils. Genetic variation, adaptation, divergence, fossil species. Real brief and quick like. I ain't got to break them down to do any of that bullshit she talking about. Real quick like. Mechanisms of evolution. Biological evolution results from changes over time in genetic constitution of species. Genetic changes often, but not always, produce noticeable changes in the appearance or behavior of organisms. Evolution requires both the production of variation and the spread of some variants that replace others. We ain't got to do all of this, okay? Evidence for evolution and its significance in our lives. What is the evidence for evolution? Fossils. Genetics. Evolution in action shows the changes. Viruses appear. She needs to study evolutionary biology because she just made a fucking boo-boo and said the dumbass shit that she just said. Hold on, my bad. I meant to share something else real quick. This is the problem with people that do not study, bro. This is the problem with people who do not study. At the heart of the evolutionary theory are the basic ideas that life changes over time and that different species share common ancestors. Overwhelming evidence support these facts. Scientists continue to argue about the details of evolution, but the questions of whether or not different species are related through a long shared history was answered in the affirmative at least 2 centuries ago. The history of living things is documented through multiple lines of evidence that converge to tell a story through time. All of this shit is there. Ladies and gentlemen, fossil evidence, transitional features. She said transitional fossils don't exist. They don't exist? What? Explain this. Explain this. These are transitional. Explain it. You want me to continue? Explain this. Explain. Oh, that don't help you out? That don't help you out? There's other examples. For more information, you can just go through it real quick like. What the fuck, bro? Like, why are we sitting here playing? But like I said about Lucy, all she got to do, all Doc got to do is show Lucy, and then show how the ancestors before Lucy was on all fours and how Lucy was upright. Next.
Homo habilis, Denisovans, Neanderthals, Homo africanus,
really?
Australopithecus.
I heard you, Denisovans. So the Denisovans, are you saying are human hybrids?
They are hominids, just like everything I just named. They're all hominids, meaning in the human genome.
And who do they link to? And who do they link to?
To every human on the planet. What are you talking about? They're transitional fossils.
That's not true.
It actually is.
African Americans do not.
That's why they're called transitional fossils.
African Americans do not have Denisovan genes. We do not have
it. So the Denisovans are a transitional fossil, honey. They came way before modern humans. So that's where you have it confused. There's a timeline there. Yeah, there's a timeline there. If you didn't know, we have Cro-Magnon. I mean, I could list them forever, but go ahead. Next question.
Well, I'm talking with you and I'm realizing how much you don't know. And it's really
no. You're showing you're scientifically illiterate and trying to sway public opinion. Look at my presentation and look at yours. But go ahead. Next question. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm confused on how she don't know. She says what the whole Denovisan thing. African Americans, we don't carry the genetic trace of Denovisan. No, we carry a little bit of the Neanderthal in us. All people do. However, where we see the Denovisan genes interfere in Homo sapiens sapiens is that of the people in the Pacific Islanders, that region and area where they admix with Denovicans, and then you see it in the Mexicans, modern day Mexicans, the Paleo Indians, which would be the first peoples that populated the Americas. You see it in them, and those East Asian and Siberian admixtures that were earlier on that led to the population of who we call Native Americans today. So walking backwards, let me say this again. Where do we see the Denovisan genes occur or in the human population? Modern day Mexicans, which are the ends, which are the cousins of Native Americans, which are the descendants, the Mexicans and the natives are the descendants of the Paleo Indians, which would be the first peoples to populate the Americas. We see it in the two groups that intermingled in East Asia and Siberia. Among that group of peoples that came together and made the founding populations of the first peoples of the Americas. You also see it in the Australoids and the people in the, what you're calling Pacific Islanders, et cetera, down in that area. And even in probably in, what I want to call it, Eastern India, Southern West, Southern East Asia region over there, China's area, somewhere around there. You will see that. And the reason that we know that is because we see the gene expressions from those archaics in those populations because of admixtures with Homo sapiens as Homo sapiens populated the rest of the planet. So this debate was not about if Black people have the Denovisan genes or DNA or any of that. This debate is about evolution versus intelligent design. And you ain't designed to tell us shit intelligently.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Next question.
All right. So when we talk about let's see. When it comes to your whole thing about this, when it comes, let me get this question for you right quick.
Take your time.
Can you explain in central terms natural selection works in your own understanding.
So you want me to go through the whole process? Okay, real quick. So basically,
no, I don't want you
go through it really. Yeah, I'm about to tell you. So if you're a species and you are, let's say you live in a cold climate, right? So as a species, you're going to develop features that are conducive to that cold environment. That's why Black people or dark-skinned people have wide noses most of the time. We're used to being in tropical areas. That's why white people have aquiline noses, because they're in cold climates. So that's a perfect example of evolution.
Natural selection.
All right, yeah. So I see what you're saying, and the thing is this, so when you talk about the beginning.
Hold on. You agree? So now, Doc, what you should have did was you should have said, look at your nose, look at my nose. Look at Super Wavy nose. We all got similar noses. That's expressing something. But then you could have went again and says skin. And you could have did skin, you could have used a skin map. Mutation and adaptation. But you gave an example of that, but you could have went there. But here's the other thing, her lips. Why she think her lips the way they are?
So let's talk about the beginning. Let's talk about where space, time, and matter, and how did it begin in the beginning? What was the time? What was the space? Because there's 5 principles. So can you explain where those 5 principles are? The space, the time, the matter, as well as the energy that was there to create life.
Yep, it's called a singularity. Everything you just mentioned was all inside of that singularity, and that's what the Big Bang proves. That's why we have the cosmic microwave background radiation. Next question.
No, where did the energy to create that Big Bang come from?
So maybe you didn't hear me. So all of that was already contained in the singularity. It was already there, all of it. So
it was just there. It just all of a sudden just showed up in its singularity, and that's all you have to explain to people. It's just this little singularity, and everything just blew up. You know how child's play.
It was already there. No, it was already there, and that's what science shows us. But you're telling us that God came out of nowhere when we have no proof for God. We have proof for the singularity. Yes, we have proof for the singularity.
No,
I showed it. The proof.
Why hasn't it been made in it? Why hasn't it
cosmic microwave background radiation that proves the Big Bang. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is evidence.
The Most High is the one that
you believe. Yeah, that's what you believe, but you don't have proof for it. You didn't prove it.
Hey, you did not prove that the Most High caused the Big Bang. The minute that we found the evidence for the microwaves, back when I even put that on the screen, but even when we found it, she had it on the screen, even when we found the evidence for that, it came years later, but we found the evidence for that. That gave us a clear picture. Every year, the technology and science gets better at explaining our natural world and everything of it and in it.
I did. The cosmic microwave background radiation. You don't even know what that is. You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what
CMB is. I talked about the Big Bang in my presentation. I'm very aware of the cosmic. I used that it's 6 stages of
evolution. So you're ignoring the proof. You're ignoring the proof for the Big Bang. Got it. Okay, next question. Next question.
I'm not ignoring the proof. What you're doing is you're moving the goalpost.
Next question. You didn't prove intelligent design. You didn't prove intelligent design.
I did. All in my first presentation.
All right. Hold up, Doc. All right, Naphtali, I'll let you. It's on you. You got the floor.
Thank you. So, did scientists produce any forms of evolution in the laboratory? Was it recreated?
Yes, we have microevolution.
No, we're talking about changes, the macro. Has any macro
Yes.
evolution been? Okay, name it.
So, and I explained macro. We cannot create the Big Bang. You cannot go somewhere and get a universe and say, "Hey, let's replay this." You can't do that with evolution. You have to look at the micro evolution, and that's how you get the evidence for the macro. It's called scientific processes, scientific method.
Well, the thing is, the scientific method has to be, what you have to do is to be able to reproduce it, and you have to observe it. Hold on, you have to be able, don't cut me off. You have to observe it. You have to be able to observe it. And has anybody ever seen anything have anything other than its kind? The Most High said that everything would be created after its kind.
So why do we share DNA with chimpanzees?
Hold on. Let me finish. What I'm the one that's answering questions. Asking questions. The Most High said that everything can be created after its own kind. I'm asking you, what has created something other than what it is? If it's a cat, it only creates a cat. If it's a dog, it only creates a dog. If it's a monkey, it only creates a monkey. So my question is, if it all this science, all this billions and billions of years, all this life, why haven't you all been able to see a life produce another form?
We actually have dogs are domesticated wolves. Wolves were one thing, and dogs are another.
Animal. Still the same animal.
No, wolves and dogs are not the same animal.
Yes,
and if you go back further in time,
wait a minute, wolves and dogs are the same animal? A wolf can evolve into a dog, but can a dog evolve into a wolf? Process what I'm asking. A wolf can evolve into a dog, but can a dog evolve into a wolf? One more time. Can a dog evolve into a wolf? A wolf can evolve into a dog, but can a dog evolve into a wolf? I'm waiting to see how y'all answer in the chat. What y'all arguing about in the chat while I'm waiting on y'all answers? Oh, she was still putting a, yeah.
We all share a common ancestor. That's why you have ape-like ancestors, because we all share a common ancestor.
It's something called time of the gaps. They got to go way, way back in time. It was some time. No, what about right now?
Because we have proof. We have proof of the past, though. You want to ignore the past. Why do we share DNA with chimpanzees for a reason, but we're not chimpanzees? We're not chimpanzees, but we share DNA with them. So how do you explain that?
We share 50% of our DNA with a banana.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so what is okay? So if you share,
so how does that prove your point? If things are made under their own kind, why do we share DNA with a banana?
If a banana, hold on, if a banana is saying that if they say we share 50% of our DNA with a banana, then that means they need to rethink the way they're doing DNA. Their studies is wrong.
You don't get to rewrite science just because you don't agree.
All right, hold up real quick. All right, Naftali, you got a minute left. Go ahead and ask your next question.
All right. So like I said, when it comes to reproducing within the laboratory, all this so-called evidence that you have, my question is, where did all this evidence to support that life came from non-life? What evidence do you have to support that?
In the article that I showed about nucleic acids and
no, I didn't even. Okay, won't you say?
So you didn't see it. Thank you for admitting.
No, I didn't see it, but I didn't see what that. My question wasn't answered. No, my question just wasn't answered in there. That's what it was. It wasn't answered. I saw your presentation.
You are listening.
The little slides that you had, my daughter has better in her presentation.
Oh, okay. Add homonyms because you're losing. Okay.
You were doing me. You really? You want to talk about the name calling? You want?
I didn't call you anything. I didn't call you anything.
Recorded. It's for all to see, ma'am. I don't have to.
Yeah, it is. I didn't call you anything. Play it back.
Anyway, reflecting. The thing is, like I said, why don't you showcase how non-life comes from life?
I did. I actually did. I can go over it again, but maybe next time.
Just say it. It should be very simple and easy.
It's not. That's the thing. You think everything is simple, and there's complexities to science that you don't understand. So no, I can't. I will maybe next time. You missed it. Sorry.
You're the only one that was teaching.
Any other questions? Any other questions? No, you actually proved my point for me, which was great because I didn't really have to do too much.
You're the only one that was supposed to be teaching science. I'm the one that was teaching science tonight, not you. You didn't pull up nothing. All your
Tom. Hey, I want to give a shout out to both of the debaters. I got to give a big shout out to both of the debaters. I know, guys, we started maybe 2 hours late, but we got it done. We got it done. This is the finish line. Both of the debaters, give yourselves a pat on the back. I appreciate y'all, the patience. I appreciate everything. We got it done. I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat for coming through. Like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to Paradigm Shift, man. Subscribe to Paradigm Shift. We just had a heavyweight fight. And this is gonna be one for the books right here. Uncle DMG, you there?
DMG got the hell up out of there.
All right.
All right, then can we do our outros though? Because I gotta go pick up my baby.
All right. Let's go and get that out the way then. Both debaters. Let's go and get your Dr. Too Sweet. I'll let you go first.
No, she go first because I went first on the question and answer.
All right, Naftali, you ready for your outro?
All right. So I want to say this tonight. I actually brought in a lot of science tonight. What I did was I challenged a lot of their information. What I did was showcase the inconsistency.
Wait a minute. You didn't bring in science. Because if you brought in science, then you wouldn't be dumb enough to challenge the shit you brought in. You challenged the science you brought in, which is substantiated evidence to prove Doc's point. So how the fuck did you? Never mind.
Consistencies within their information, within their studies, within all of that. It's all what it is that it showcases how much of a fraud. I'm showcasing how much of a scam this is. And if you want these people to take away your God, then so be it. But
it's a scam because they're taking away your God. That doesn't make it a scam, you emotionally wrecked motherfucker. Yo.
My job here is to showcase to you. Yes, when you Googled how much DNA did you share with the ape, it said 98.8%. But when you keep digging, you'll find a study that says 30%. And if you dig even deeper, you'll find one that says 50% that's taken away. If you keep on studying, what you need to do, don't give up. Don't listen to these puppeteers and these puppet masters who are trying to get you. The good doctor is a puppeteer. She's trying to get you to follow her because all they want you to do is listen to them. She provided no study. She provided nothing. All she did was tell you something. I had a list of people's words. Who are these people? Who cares what their opinion is? The thing is, we need to know what science says. And what science is saying is that when people like us, like me, is going in and we're challenging their information. And they said that 98.
How the fuck are you challenging some shit that's proven to be right? In order for you to challenge it, you have to show if this is true, then you have to counter if this is true with evidence that challenges that. You didn't bring shit that shows that we can't the difference between anything argues. So basically in your DNA shit, what you talking about monkeys, bears, squares, fairs, tears, I don't even give a damn. Whatever you talking about, you have to position scholastically. you have to position your counter argument against the shit. So if you're showing me that we're 98.8% genetically connected to chimps, example, chimps, you got to tear that apart. That means you got to take me down to the chromosomes of where that ain't true. Did you do that? No. You didn't do that. You didn't do it. So stop lying.
8% of our DNA was junk. Our people came in.
What? How the fuck is our DNA junk? You didn't even understand what junk DNA is what it's explaining. And that's part of the problem. That's why the chat was saying what they were saying about your dumb ass. Because you lack comprehension and you just keep on running off with your mouth. And you so steadfast in being a goddamn Hebrew and your God, that you trying to argue against some shit that's been proven because you think that people trying to take your stupid ass God from you. You can have your motherfucking God all you want. There's a lot of scientists who have believe in God and all of that shit, but they separate God and their beliefs. I mean, they separate science from their beliefs. They go to church on Sundays. They do all that stupid ass shit. But when they come to work and do the work. They don't come to work and then start trying to argue against the goddamn work that's proven to be true. They keep their shit personal. Your problem is you trying to sell this shit to us. You on here arguing and then you turn around saying you can't let them take your God. Oh no, you can't let science win. Oh. Casting doubt from ignorance. You argued from ignorance. Talking about you showed the science, you brought the science, and then you challenged the science. How you gonna bring some shit you didn't challenge with evidence? What the fucking evidence for challenging the evidence you showing? Since you bringing the goddamn science.
And we studied that and we found out that all of that DNA was good. How do you mess up with 98% of somebody's DNA? Think about what else they got wrong, family. But guys, I had a hell of a good time. Thank you all. Sorry about all the misconfusion and everything. Had a great time. But shalom, most high bless to all of you.
All right. Doctor, you got the floor. Get the close out.
All right, I'm gonna make this quick. So as we all heard, my opponent is resorting to appealing to emotion, ad hominems. We got fallacy after fallacy after fallacy because belief cannot stand up to knowledge or science. So did she bring science in her presentation? Yes, she proved my point that evolution is real and there's no proof for intelligent design. She did not prove an intelligent designer. She proved that she has some misconceptions about science that she doesn't understand, and so she fills in those gaps with the idea of God. Well, I don't get this, so God must have done it. That's not how science works. And people are free to believe what they want, but at the end of the day, how can you talk about science has to be able to replicate something, but no one can replicate your God. No one can replicate any of the miracles that your God supposedly did. Nothing about anything in the Bible has ever been replicated. So for somebody who's a believer to think that just because they question science that it's somehow challenging it, it just shows how scientifically illiterate they are. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I know that certain people have a certain understanding of things, and that's as far as they can go. The reality is, if anything that she said today was actually true, she would win a Nobel Peace Prize in no time, because clearly all the other scientists in the world who have done this as a profession are wrong, and she has all the answers, but I don't see a Nobel Peace Prize. So I proved evolution is true. I proved there's evidence for evolution. I proved that abiogenesis is possible, that panspermia is possible, that all of these are backed by scientific evidence and data, not just belief and conjecture. So when people are asking themselves, What did I really learn here today? I hope that the answer will be that I learned that science is honest, science has evidence, and religion only has questions and imagination. And not everyone can live that way. Show me some evidence for God, intelligent design. Show me some hardcore, solid proof. Let's replicate that. Oh, and last thing, evolution cannot be replicated. Big Bang cannot be replicated. You can't do these things in a lab. Do you have a mini universe you can use? No. So for someone to suggest that these things are not science, again, it just shows they lack understanding of science in general. And I also kind of enjoyed myself. The whole like being late and all that stuff. I hope that that's not habits. But overall, I guess it was a great discussion. I didn't really learn anything about intelligent design, but hey, we had fun, right?
All right, all right. That is the closing. The debate is officially over. Hey, peace, Uncle DM.
That was the debate, y'all. I apologize. That was the debate, bro. That was the debate. I don't know how the fuck that was a debate. All the evidence that was shown and argued in this presentation was in favor of Doc from the beginning. All we got was you superimposing, and I'm talking to her, I mean Napatafi, Napatali. All you did was superimpose your beliefs on the information that was on the screen and try to justify it by giving your God some fucking credit. Your God didn't exist when Lucy was around. Your God didn't exist when the first Homo sapiens was trying to survive this motherfucker. Your God didn't even exist fucking 20,000 years ago. Motherfuckers had no understanding of a fucking God. The God you serve and believe in is some recent shit. In human history, that shit recent. Craig, I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna get me to say that shit. So I don't understand how we could come to the conclusion on some fake ass shit like this. This is what I mean by it. Like now you done heard men argue this shit. You done heard women argue this point. And every single time a female with a belief comes up against a female with evidence, we get these outcomes. Clearly, somebody lacking something. Somebody is having too much motherfucking church on some real shit. You too spooked. You too spooked out. I'm debating on whether I should fucking eat today. I ain't ate since Thursday. That's the debate I'm having. That debate is more worth being entertained by than what the fuck Nafatali put up, or Nafitafi. Naptali. Man, I'm not listening to Craig. I will say this though about Doc. You have to do a better job at staying focused on educating the people. Meaning a lot of us don't know what you know. Some people that study that shit alongside that's familiar with the argument, they may know. But you have to approach this topic or your debate topics in a sense of being who you are, an educator. You have to be an educator, right? You got to act like we don't know shit. Treat us like we just dumb as fuck and then give us examples that we can relate to, right? That's why I went with the bottle and the bread situation, a scenario that people can easily do and pay attention, you know, an experiment that people can easily do and pay attention to it. They know that this goddamn bread at some point in time is going to mold. Whatever the weather conditions are outside isn't going to stop the fucking bread from molding in that bottle. So at some point during that, we're going to see something happen that didn't exist before on this fucking bread. And when it happens, right, we can start to understand it. But what's even better is if you continue to let that shit mold, what really happens? Could that be a source of energy? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you went to school. I dropped out. College dropout. I started chasing money. I was chasing money. I ain't had time. Then I had a kid. Then my teacher told me, what's that damn class I hate? Kinesiology. Kinesiology. I didn't understand shit in the motherfucking way. I was a kid from the fucking projects. I was from the streets. Kinesiology. My teacher told me that I couldn't miss a day in her class. I said, fuck her and that class. My son was sick. Let me go provide. School just wasn't for me no more. I'm not trying to look nice. I always fast on Fridays. But I haven't eaten since Thursday. So my fast is over. It's just what am I going to do now? But appreciate that. But that's really the only little thing that I get. Like if you structured your slides, like for instance, if they're giving you 10 minutes to debate this topic, then if you structure your slides in little bitty like 1 minute segments, like trying to explain it, even if it's a minute and a half, defining whatever it is that you want us to know. If you did that earlier on to set the stage, because you could have did that in your introduction. I mean, your introduction was fine, but you could have just went ahead and let your introduction be introducing us to what you're going to argue and just broke down and defined whatever it is. So when you got into your shit, we already understood what the definitions are. So you can give us a little bit more of that and then an example that we could tie it to. Because she ain't going to give us shit. She going to argue against all that shit, and she going to continue to argue and debate the same way she been doing that fucking shit because she been paying attention to dumbass niggas like JJ. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm working on myself. So I'm not just saying this to you. I'm saying this to pretty much everybody when we keep on taking on these debates, because it's little shit like that that can help people like us tie it back. So now we get it, because we didn't get that. A lot of people didn't get that shit in school. Some people did, some people didn't. Comprehension is key. A lot of us black people, we lack comprehension. Remember, we have been trained the last, when did TikTok come out and Twitter? Whenever Twitter and TikTok began, we've been using Twitter and TikTok, right? So you only got 140 characters and then you got 90 seconds. So however long that is how much of attention span black people got. I ain't saying white people ain't got that shit either, Asians, Chinese, whatever the case. I'm talking about our community. I'm focused on the people that look like me, you, and everybody else in the chat. They have created a platform for us to minimize comprehension and focus on the microwaving. So we have less time. The League of Losers. Yeah, damn sure that. So, you know, we have to build that, and we got to break some shit. And it's unfortunate. I don't know if Midwest is still here. I know he ain't, because I done went 4 hours, and I'm pretty sure that Midwest ain't streamed this whole debate. He probably ended it once he realized I wasn't beating on Wabos. But Midwest, I got you next time, and I'll let you know when you see see me tagging the Wabos. You know we going in, and you can share that. Oh, okay, you can share that with your folks and your people for sure. We definitely want to get into that, because this conversation, even the evolutionary conversation, is pivotal because it shows the process of man migrating. And when I say man, I'm not excluding women. When man and early woman begin to populate the Americas, and it shows your process of your ancestors populating the Americas. Genetically, we see that gene flow process happen, and then the fossil records, the archaeological record, provides that. Then we get into the other intricate parts of other archaeological and paleontological records that gives us support, and culture, you know what I'm saying? Then we get into those other deep dives. Shit, we know, Sean. Okay, you said you ended it 30 minutes ago. Cool. I don't know how long this shit, but damn, yeah. So I don't know if I'm entertaining to your people or not, but the fact is that anytime that we get an opportunity to beat up the people, I'm beating them up. I don't care. If you anti-African, that means you anti yourself. That means you anti your fucking grandmama and granddaddy. I'm beating you up scholastically. And then if you see me in the street and you don't like me and you want to fight, then get it off your fucking chest. I ain't gonna back down. I ain't gonna duck, hide, none of that shit. You gonna get your motherfucking ass beat, thinking that I'm a light skinned dude with glasses and that I can't fight. You gonna get your fucking ass beat. And then it's whatever you want to do after that. Cause I'm not taking no L. One of the most unprofessional experiences I've ever participated in. Salute for the review, bro. The game needs you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. One of the most unprofessional experiences. Yo, like, bro, like, I mean, she came on your platform and just handed it to Doc. She was like, here you go, Doc. I'm gonna help you explain all this shit to the people. See you later, Doc. I know you got shit to do. I'll catch you in the streets somewhere, Facebook, something. So you ain't even know it was me that was sending you that. Because I don't be messing with people on their shit, on their profiles. I just letting y'all live. Mika said, you got a lot of followers. Nigga, that's because you got an OnlyFans page. What are you talking about? You got a lot of followers. Everybody know that you sell OnlyFans content. What are you talking about? At the end of the day. He said, if you could have seen behind the scenes, bro. Listen, DMG, I understand. If the debate was delayed 2 hours, she didn't have her shit together. She needed time to put her shit together so that she can argue it. And because she didn't take it serious and she was unprepared, she needed to get prepared. So it took a little bit longer. And then she wanted to formulate that shit and then come out with it when y'all come out with it. And she argued it as such. Cause ain't no fucking way I'm finna share. Like I'm not doing all of that. Her sources agree with what the fuck Doc was fucking saying. Bro, I ain't got patience for TikTok, bro. It ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? People will be mad at me for debunking their grandmamas People be mad at me because I don't care nothing about them not wanting to be black no more. People be mad at me because I'm gonna tell them how African they are. People will be, you know what I'm saying? Like every video that I make, bro, it'll be a, I mean, I don't know who the fuck gonna like that shit. Ain't nobody gonna like me telling them who the fuck they are and using evidence. They gonna be mad. Think about it. The dude that came over here the other day and got on the panel and was talking to me, and I simply told him about his family. Remember, he tried to lie to us and tell us that he'd been in North Texas, 30 minutes from Oklahoma, and that he was, you know, he'd been in the motherfucker. To come find out he had family in Arkansas and then family in fucking South Carolina. So I walked him all the way back to that shit because he a lying sack of shit. They all lying sack of shits. Atom over atom. Prove that people really think that. What? People really think, what you mean? So old boy ain't subscribed to your OnlyFans page? You sending them pictures of your toes and fingernails and all the other stuff, your legs? That's what you want me to prove? Yeah, exactly. Ogun says, man, niggas debate on YouTube, TikTok for the shakers. Yeah, that's right. Oh, hold up. But yeah, man, my take on the debate is my take on the debate. I know I had more pressure for Naffy Taffy than I did for Doc. Doc's more of a simple critique in how to organize her argument and stick to her method. I mean, you know, we needed more evidence from Doc, I would say, from a photographic perspective, because y'all Negroes nowadays don't like to read. And so when y'all see pictures and shit, y'all kind of digest shit a little bit better. And I understand that because that's a learning mechanism. You know what I mean? Some people have to experience it in order to obtain it, like get their hands on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you really don't know how to do something until you do it, like through experimentation. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get your hands on it and handle your business like that. You know what I'm saying? But I just had more smoke for Naffy Taffy because she just did a poor job arguing her side of the argument and providing the evidence for Doc to just kind of sweep her ass off the floor with this shit. And many people got a lot to say. Like, and then I seen Cosmological pop up, old pseudo ass dude pop up. And then the Hebrews seen them pop up. Like they all popping up for that, but they ain't none of them really got no smoke for none of the subject matter that's going on. Like, for real, like the Abos, they don't come here. If they do, they stay the fuck out the chat and they tune in long enough to probably try to run their little shit and then have something to say on their shows. But they don't want none of this. They don't want none of that. Even them people over there at the bar reloaded, you know what I'm saying? Like they come over here, they'll listen, but as you notice, they ain't chatting as much. You know why they ain't chatting as much? Because they in their feeling. Yeah, I know you in the chat listening. I mean, I know you not in the chat, but I know you listening. And y'all over there trying to tell people how to debate, teach people how to debate. Nah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Go ahead, teach them. Create your little funny content and all that. Yeah, somewhere to be. Y'all need to go over there and listen to that crazy ass shit they be on. Him got a debate about his Bible, his God. Ogun, you definitely don't want to see them corns on her feet, bro. Oh. Buddy sent me the screenshot, bro. I almost threw up. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Got corn on every toe. Feet blisters. Birdman. Oh. Oh. But nah, so listen, man, I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I've been in this bitch for a little while. We got through the whole debate. I even got the input shit. I drugged this shit out. I know I did. But hopefully the content is enough for you to be able to learn and go back and peep. But I did leave a variety of sources regarding the evidence for evolution in the chat, even an article on how to debate or judge a debate in the chat. And I didn't put up a lot of other stuff in there, but I did leave some content for you to pull and digest from so that you can be able to expand your knowledge and tighten up some shit that you might have wrong or almost, not exact. So you want a peep game. I do want to take another shot at the nigga that keep out. Listen, bro. They keep telling me you got something to say about me, bro. I don't give two shits about you. That's why I say what I say about you, and then I don't say nothing else. Because how the fuck is you a pseudo killer and you lost to JJ? You need to get the fuck out the way. Mind your business. You know what I mean? Focus on that. Improve the way you approach information. Because you really don't be knowing none of this shit you talking about. Because you rely too much on everything else. And that's a motherfucking problem. You just like motherfucking what's the fat dude to be over there on goddamn Garfield channel? The bald head Mika. What's his name? Thunder. You just like motherfucking Thunder. You just want to be a part of the conversation. So you want to Google yourself into the discussion and then elaborate on that shit and then ride on and Juju Sacks. No, he lost. He lost. As it pertains to how you judge a debate, he lost. But I'm only saying what I'm saying because he keeps saying my name. So you might as well just leave me the fuck alone. Not say my name. In their chats, in private conversations to other people, just don't say my name. On video, don't say shit. Don't even shouldn't come out your mouth. Don't even pronounce the S. Don't even spell SH. Do all the other shit you do, bro. Just don't spell the SH. Because I don't see you as a pseudo killer and you ain't killing no pseudos. I'm standing on that. Now, your counterpart can say that you won something, but that's your counterpart. She biased. Even though we all know that you should have won the shit just based on the fucking topic, she went a whole nother way. But I'm glad somebody else picked up the pieces you left behind and smacked that motherfucker upside their head and they ended up winning their fair share of moolah. But anyway, y'all, that nigga Thunder Jr. Nah, man, but make sure y'all go over there and subscribe to Pseudo Killers. Make sure you subscribe to The Bar Reloaded. Make sure you subscribe to Paradigm Shift. Make sure you subscribe to Kofi Pie Side TV. Kofi been dropping dope interviews lately. He had a lot of RBG information going on around that corner, man, and some good hip hop stuff. And the book club. You need to make sure you subscribe to that. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you go and you subscribe to Garfield still doing shit. New Black Knowledge. Don't stop with New Black Knowledge. It's each one teach one. Make sure you go over there and you give Danny some love. Make sure you fuck with a Saw. Saw Motep. You know what I'm saying? You gotta give you listen. The vaccine to ignorance is education. The vaccine for ignorance is education. We gotta edify ourselves properly and we gotta know what the fuck we doing. Whether we agree with some shit or disagree with some shit, it is what it is. We have to learn the proper tools to be able to move the people forward. somebody asked me why I beat up on abos so much, and my answer to them was, if I didn't beat up on the abos so much, and they didn't have, you know, a counter argument, then when my kids get older, what the fuck they gonna hear? That bullshit. And what they gonna start listening to and believing? The bullshit. And I'm not doing that. I just don't have it in me to just ignore the bullshit. I'm gonna address it. And you know I could be selfish and just mind my business and just, you know, tell my kids what's right or wrong and never give other people's kids an opportunity to pull from that information and know right from wrong and indifference. You know what I'm saying? And not hear those arguments against those dumbass motherfuckers over there. But I ain't got it in me, man. I'm gonna stand my ground. I'm gonna stand my ground. Don't subscribe to Craig Scruggs, the dude from Memphis. Don't subscribe to the Craig that got an E on his name, because I went to Memphis and then this fool act like he couldn't even meet me, bro. I was at a whole dog shot of drove 3 hours to Memphis. That fool didn't even have 1 hour to pull up on me and be like, yeah, Sean, won't. He ain't none of that. That sucker tucked his tail and hid in Memphis just like Smoke Signal. These people ain't real people, bro, off YouTube, bro. These people cowards. Craig is a coward for that. Don't lie to Craig either. Don't be in the chat line. You act like you was too drunk. Mirza said, you use a whole lot of 4-letter words. Then she laughed. She asked, do you even like PK? What you mean? Mirza. I like Brother Unc and I like Juju. I don't know who else is Malcolm, Brother Malcolm. I think he PK. Ain't Malcolm pseudo killer? Fuck with Malcolm all the way. And yes, Mirza, I do use the 4-letter word. It's good. Sean P, do you have any live for nations of gods? Any love for nations of gods on earth? I'm trying to get more insight. Are you talking about what Robborn is? I think I ain't Robborn part of that nations of gods on earth. The 5%ers. Yeah, Malcolm. That's my dog. I rock with Malcolm. Shoot, man, he do good work, man, in the field. So, and he be getting us access to articles and stuff. If I need it, he can give me access to articles. You know, he ain't on none of that type of time. But he give me access to stuff if I need it. If it's a locked article and on some stuff that that's in his field, he definitely will do that. The whole philosophy of bro, I can't get into any of that. You gotta holler at Robborn if you want to get the take on the nation of gods and earths. That's some stuff that was created here in America. It's pretty modern. So definitely. Now I can tell you who Auntie. I can tell you who I don't like, Auntie. Okay. Who I don't like. I don't like A1. I don't like Calvin Denzel Roberts, otherwise known on YouTube as AP, Aboriginal Power. I don't like Autochthonous One, Aboriginal Power, Dane Calloway, Legendary Top Cats, Sister Betty, Phoenix Moon, Dulcinea, Cosmological, OTK, which is Open to Knowledge, Smoke Signal. I don't like certified Sachi. I'm not a Sonetta fan. Just to mix that in. Jabari, I don't like Jabari. I think you know what I mean. He's deceiving. I don't like none of Infu Dishi or Baba Heru. None of them. Let me see. I don't like Malachi York. I don't like Phil Valentine. Booker T. Coleman. I seen him live, but I can't say I don't like Booker T. Coleman. I don't agree with his information. I don't agree with his information at all. It might be about 5% information I might agree with him on, and that's sad. You know what I'm saying? The people that I like is very few. Very few. The people that I don't like is an abundance. I don't like Clyde. Clyde Winters, no, I don't. This, I don't like Mika. How about that? Many people want to know where I'm at on Dr. Mai. I'm gonna leave that alone because I support from a distance. Look at Juju. I support from a distance some of the things that she does. There's some things I disagree with. There's some things that I think that she could have done better. There's some things that I think that there's some stuff she should have done or could have done for other people that would have been helpful, but also showing support for other people outside of who she does. I don't like Tariq Nasheed. Nah. I don't like the one who claimed to be Marcus Garvey grandson, who him and Tariq was good friends. The dude from Philly. What's his name? Umar. I don't like him. I don't Seti, nope. Young Pseudo, nope. Nope. And I went to war with Young Pseudo behind Dr. Ma'at. Yeah. Yeah, I fuck with teaching black engineers in Morgan State. I fuck with that. So, I ain't saying nothing about that. I don't listen. I think, you know what I mean? Listen, can't Juju tell her to close, tell Amir to do this. I got something to say. Let me know when she got her ears covered. She can't hear this word. Tell her close her ears. She can't hear this. Listen, I'm just gonna keep it a bean. Do y'all see some of the people that y'all like? Do y'all ever see them over here? Huh? Did I stutter? The people that y'all like. Do y'all ever see them people over here? There you go. Okay. Now, all the D riding, it's a lot of D riding over there. A lot of yes manning over there. With one of them names that was just mentioned in the chat. That's a D rider and yes woman or man and whatever. We support who support us. We are in it for the hearts and minds of our brothers and sisters on this continent and throughout the diaspora. We do this work to give us an opportunity to get the shit right. We ain't in it to make up nothing, sell you a belief system, and then con you out of your money. We are simply in it for the progressive movement of the minds and hearts of our brothers and sisters, period, point blank. That's why we bring you actual information that you could utilize and grow and develop from. That is our job. That is what we signed up for. That is what we committed to. I don't have no emotions. I almost said something derogatory about that, and I can't say that because then y'all gonna clip that and then try to use it against me, and I ain't even gonna, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna care. I'll say it somewhere else. But nah, I appreciate everybody because look, bit by bit, right? We've been trying to grow the channel, but we're not growing like other channels that lie to people because we ain't lying to people. Like we ain't doing what everybody else doing. We too academic, boring. We read too much. You know what I'm saying? But it is who we is though, you know? And I just appreciate everybody tapping in, man. And I know I just kind of went on a little bit, but this was about the debate, and I don't want to take it too much further left or right about everything else. I was kind of dragging it out to get to a point, but I went over my 2-minute mark, which I thought I was going to hit and quit. But it is what it is. Pandemics, what's good, brother? Appreciate you. But yeah, make sure y'all still paying attention and staying tuned, even looking back at past content, because we still going to progress the needle. Even though I'm fighting elbows, don't think that I ain't got nothing in the chamber for Africa. Like there's still a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of knowledge to obtain and talk about as it pertains to West and Central Africans, different tribes, behaviors, cultural nuances, influence and impact, and how we can improve in our relationships with people on the continent and kind of, you know, liberate them to a degree, because they need liberation. They've been colonized. We've been enslaved and they've been colonized. And the outcomes of enslavement and colonization are terrible on Black people. There's a relationship that's online that's showing people that we don't even fucking get along. And that's a lie. My bad. I'm Mildred. I use that 4-letter word again. I'm working on myself. But that's a lie. So we can't let infiltrators in our community misrepresent the relationships that we have with people on the continent. See, they don't know that we have these relationships, right? They avoid this channel. That's why I ask y'all to, you know, if you like the show, share the show, get in the algorithm and get on people's nerves. Like they know when I'm live, they like, I ain't going over there. He crazy. He gonna talk about something I believe in and then I'm gonna be mad type of stuff. That's what they do with people like me, because I'm gonna talk about what piss you off. I'm gonna talk about Juju Lips in a minute. Mildred. I'm gonna need you not to be listening. I was just playing. Nah, but yeah, Doc definitely did. She caught a body. She handled her business, and it was mapped out for that. So, absolutely, Mika, there you go. You're a good gagger. But nah, man, let me quit playing around, man. I appreciate everybody, man. I'm gonna try to get myself together, man, so I can go get something to eat. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing like a nice little Caesar salad. You know what I'm saying? I should have. Well, the sun about to go down. I could have, you know what I mean? I still got some daylight. I could throw some on my grill, cut my porch light on, but I don't want the gnats flying around and all that type shit. So maybe I'll do it before I go to work. So when I go to work, my speed. Whoo! Appreciate you, Zane. But nah, man, listen. I'm gonna come back with some more stuff potentially, probably. I don't know yet. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. Y'all have a good one, man. Continue to stick by the facts. Stay away from the fiction. Separate yourself from the hate, and continue to spread that black love. And on that note, man, it's your boy Sean P in the place to be. I appreciate everybody out there for tapping in. I am out.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud. I done came up, they gotta pay like I weigh. I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.